A court of fairies and fiction. Akafath Girls Podcast. Hosts Mel and Liv. The bonus episode, Hunch, Havoc with Ecca.
All right, hi guys. We have a guest today.
Hello.
Hello. Why don't you introduce yourself to everybody?
So I'm Ecca Etchings on Instagram and a couple of other places I don't quite remember. I'm an artist, writer, and absolute crack theorist for Bridgerton, ACOTAR, Massverse series, you name it.
We love it so much. I was messaging her today and I was like, you have to be a guest because we were going over this psychotic theory.
Yes,
which spiraled
great.
into like a million other theories.
It was great.
But basically, she's like the only person that is on my side when it comes to Cormac.
Yes, Cormac is alive. I swear he is.
Cormac is alive. He has to be with Nesta.
Yes, he has to be with Nesta. Although I do have a crack theory on
I know.
Other
things.
But they are destined to be together, regardless of the crack theory.
The prophecy, like Cormac's prophecy really tipped me off when I remembered that because I was like, why would she kill him off after that? It doesn't make sense.
It really doesn't.
At all.
It really.
But no part of his death makes sense. Literally no part of it makes any sense.
And like, to be honest, that's not really Sarah's style to just kill off a character after like leaving this huge bombshell. Like, excuse me, ma'am. What?
Ma'am. But that's why I mean, like, no part of it is normal because even in Tog and Crescent City and ACOTAR, every single death of like a character that we've seen, that we've interacted with, has been on page and we've seen either their body or their soul. Every single one.
I mean, he was such a major influential character too. I mean, okay, so Papa Arch, sure, he was influential.
We saw his death on page, right?
He was a minor character. We don't even know his real name. We don't even know his real name. We know Cormac's entire full name, where he's from, everything, except for who his mother is.
Literally. Like, people will get so sick of me for saying this. The fucking word mark tattoo.
I know.
The fucking word mark tattoo. The tattoo, the way that he, from childhood, learned the archives inside and out, told Rune and Bryce that he knew everything about Prithian's history, all of the magic. Enough so where which people forget, he is the one that taught Bryce that she could winnow. He taught her how to winnow. I feel like everybody forgets that.
Mm-hmm.
It bothers me. I'm like, he knows everything, and you're going to kill off the one person that could that could tell everybody in Prithian everything.
It gave me flashbacks to like when Sarah killed off the cereal. I'm like, no, he gave it to me. Why?
Stop killing the tea spillers. She's killing the tea spillers. Like, she didn't kill Rowan, though, and Rowan was a huge tea spiller, too. He just couldn't keep it to himself.
He was dropping rumors and truths like nothing. Like, ding!
Oh, Aiden, you mean your dad? He's like, what? Oh, oops. My bad.
Oopsies.
What the fuck, man?
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, I haven't finished Tog. I started Empire Storms, and then I'm like, I need a break from Tog, so I started Throne of the Fallen, which my friend is actually really mad at me for because Empire Storms is her favorite. I know. I know. Everyone's like, just finish. I'm like, I need a palate cleanser.
Well, it's like 1,000 pages, Kingdom of Ash.
I know. I know.
It, oof.
So I'm about 5, 6 chapters into Empire of Storms, and I'm like, oh, a lead. Like, I love a lead, and like, I'm excited for her story, but also, like, Aylin's just ticking me off. I just.
I'm that weirdo that fell in love with Aelin, like her brattiness, her boldness, her
Her
impulsiveness, like
bullshit.
her bullshit. I found it absolutely charming. I'm like, wow, what does that say about me?
Oh my God. I'm like, I feel like I'm the odd one out because everyone's like fawning over Aelin, and I'm like, I like Kale and Adian better. And they're like, how dare you?
I do like Adian somewhat. He's pretty.
He's,
I love a
he
lead.
looks like
I love a lead. My girl is a lead, and
I love
Caltain.
for the longest time, you want to talk about crack theories. For the longest time, we had this on season 1 of the podcast before Crescent City 3 came out. I was fucking convinced that Caltaine was Azriel's mom. Convinced. I was convinced. I was like, she's not dead. I was like, she's not dead. She's Azriel's mom. Erewhon is his father. I was like convinced for so long. And then I was like, well, his dad's alive. He knows his dad and his awful stepbrothers. But I'm like, could his dad have had a Valg in him? Could his dad have been another Valg prince? I don't know. Perhaps.
That would
Because,
explain why his scars, why they burned him.
yeah, I was like, the brothers had to have heard some sort of rumor as like, I don't know how old they were, but I'm assuming they were all young, kind of around the same time, where they were like, oh, well, let's see what fire does to him then.
Maybe that's why he doesn't like Eris. Not just because of the thing with Moore, but because Eris is a fire wielder, and because it makes Az feel insecure. Like,
So is
oh, I don't like
Lucian.
fire. Yeah. And of course,
Yep.
girls are involved, so it gets even more complicated because crazy male 500-year-old male hormones.
I know. And not only that, but the fact that we now know that Azriel and Rhys are related distantly. And we know, come on, we know that Rhys is a Valg. Let's be real. He's a
Yeah.
he's a Valg.
His eyes are violet. When he gets mad, they
They're
turn
black.
black.
They're black. Like Valg princes. Absolutely. Yeah.
He's dead incarnate. Like, what part of that is not Valg?
I know. What part is not Valg? The description of Maeve's Valg form and the description of Rhys's beast form is identical aside from the wings, because Rhys is Illyrian.
Yeah,
Identical.
very identical.
And the
And
quote that I spoiled myself, like I said, and the quote in Kingdom of Ash when Maeve is using her powers against Aelin and Rowan and all of them, where Aelin says, that hellish power that all of the Valg princes possess, which is Daemati magic. Daemati is a Valg power. Like, what is not processing here?
And Rune has it too. He has the Damati power.
Well, I don't know. So see, there's mind speaking, but then there's Daemati. So Rune said that he could only mind speak, but he couldn't mind control. And Daemati is more like mind control, I think.
That makes sense. It would also tie
Yeah.
him in with the seer, with
Mhm.
seer power and truth powers.
Mm-hmm.
Because we don't know how Moore's powers work.
Yeah, exactly. We only have one little tidbit of Moore using her powers on Lucian, and I actually really love bringing that up because a lot of people, when I say that, they're like, I don't remember that. When did that happen? And I bring it up all the time, and I've probably brought it up a million times on the podcast, but
I don't
when
remember it.
when when it's an Akawar after they fight Eris and the brothers on the ice, and they winnow to, I forget, like the edge of the Winter Court or whatever, to decide where to
I
go.
went to Winter Court, yeah.
Yeah, to decide where to go. And Moore is there, Cassian, Azriel, Lucian, Feyre. And Feyre like looks from Lucian to Moore, and she's like, okay, where are we gonna go? Like, oh, can we trust Lucian? Which that's such a bitch move after everything he did for you. Really, you're not gonna trust him now? But anyway, she says Moore and her whatever power of truth lies within her, like scrutinizes Lucian, like looks him up and down, and she's like, the townhouse. So like, and then Feyre's like, so she saw something in him that was trustworthy. And I was like, Morrigan. Morrigan. Oh,
Oh,
so she
I
saw
feel
that
like
he
I know
has
what
a.
it is. I feel
I
like I know
want
what
to,
it
like,
is.
she saw how pure he was. I don't know. But I
She saw
also,
the lights.
she
She saw
saw the
the lights.
lights. Yeah. That
She saw
she like
the
literally, that she like literally was going to fuck his dad.
oh, there's that.
Ah, Helion. She doesn't care. She gives no fucks. I think it's hilarious.
Yeah.
And then she's like, oh, the handsome one. The handsome one. Well, we know that you think he's handsome because he looks like his dad.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
uh, anyway, that was funny. But I was like, oh, I love that scene because it shows her using her truth powers on someone.
And it's so
Finally.
subtle. It's so subtle. Like
So subtle.
I think I even missed it. Like until you brought it up, like I missed
Yeah.
it. Like a lot of readers overlook that part. It's
Yeah.
so subtle. It's so small.
There's
And
so many, like there's so many
she
instances of shit like that that I like thrive on them.
yeah,
I'm like, I thrive off the little details that everyone misses. I just love like finding them again and like bringing them up to people. I don't know.
for me, patterns. I see
Pattern.
patterns like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
that this is totally that and that and oh my gosh. Yeah. Hmm.
Guys, our chat was literally all over the place today, and we were so excited to actually like tell you what we've been talking about. And we're still all over the place.
Yes.
But
My crack theories and crack shit.
I was trying to think of what it started with. It started with the hell did it start with? Oh, it started with me doing that Nesta reel and
Yeah.
mentioning Cormac or whatever. And then I went into obviously I wanted Cormac to be with Nesta and all of this stuff. And then I said that um and then everyone was like, well, you know, it's gonna be Cassian, it's gonna be Cassian. And I said, I've had 1,000,001 points against Cassian. We all know this. But then I also remembered that in Akasif, the scene where Amryn is trying to get Rhys to become High King, and she says you need to use Nesta's largest made sword, which she then dubbed like the Kingmaker sword or whatever it was. And Rhys still has it. He still has it. He has the Kingmaker sword. He has another sword, and he has the knife that they took back from Eris when he was
Yeah.
under the thrall of Breland. They took it back. So he has all three still, which
And he's
bothers me
boiling
so
over
much.
it. He is boiling over it.
He's so mad that they won't let him wield them.
He's like, it's so shiny.
I know. I know. But I'm so mad that he didn't give them back to Nesta. Like, they're hers. Give her her
Yeah.
property. And he's like, no, I'm keeping these away from her because she gets the trove and I don't. And he was so pissed.
Oh, he's so good.
I just.
And then I think that's when I started going into my crack theory, crack ship slash head canon of
Yeah.
oh my gosh, everyone's gonna come at me when I
God.
say this.
Oh my God. Yeah. But like
My
the way.
crack
But the way that the sword, like, Amron's like, oh, well, okay, whatever, but you only have a limited amount of time until the sword chooses another. So I wasn't sure if, like, could he even force it? Like, doesn't the sword have to choose anyway? Because Rhys hasn't touched it. So could he
well,
just grab it and, like, make it yield to him?
well,
I don't
here's
know.
the
I
thing.
never understood that.
The cauldron chooses things too. The cauldron chooses mates. However, do we really think that Cassian and Nesta are mates?
Actually, No. The cauldron doesn't even choose mates. The mother chooses mates. And the mother is above the cauldron, which we get from Adis in Crescent City 3, because when Bryce and Hunt are asking the Princes of Hell all these questions, they're like, okay, so like you guys like made us mates then? And he's like, no, like mate bonds come from the higher power. Like you can't mess with that. It comes from the higher power.
So Az doesn't know then. He doesn't know because he told Reese maybe the cauldron was wrong about Elaine.
Yep. Az doesn't
And
know, and Reese doesn't even know, because Reese says to Feyre when Feyre's questioning like Elaine and Lucian's mate bond, like the fandom, which is why I think SJM put this in here. Reese is like, I don't know, the mother, fate, the cauldron swirling eddies, whatever it is. He doesn't know either. Nobody knows. But Adis knew. He's like, that's the higher power that chooses that. And he says, like, you would be mates from birth, which we know. If we're going by Reese being
would that
very
be cross species though?
I assume so, because Rune mentions in CC2 after Bryce and Hunt get together, he's like, you're Fae mates, like I can scent you. Like everything ties into everything. It's so weird.
Yes.
But
like this Celtic knot.
yeah. But the reason why I bring that up so often, that it's the mother and not the cauldron that does mates, is because in the cauldron scene, which again, everybody doesn't look over the details, and it gets me so bothered, Lucian lunges for Elaine as they're dragging her to the cauldron, as she's a human still.
She spots eyes with him immediately before anyone says anything. She knew.
Yeah.
When has a female ever done that to
Exactly.
Ever. Ever.
Which is why, but here's where it gets a little muddy, because Tamlin's lunging for the king, whatever, because he didn't know that they were going to bring them in, right? Lucian lunges for Elaine. Like it says he staggers forward, which is an exact mirror, by the way, of Reese staggering under the mountain, which I've also said before. But he staggers toward Elaine, and then he growls at the king for her, and then he growls again at the king for her, and then the king like leashes him and Tamlin, and he's like still fighting it, right? And Elaine goes in the cauldron, and she's dumped out, and immediately she's staring at him, which is like amazing. Alphabet. And then what happens right after that? Lucian, over his gag, is like, don't leave her on the damned floor. He's feral. They were already mates. He's feral. She's staring at him, and then he spell cleaves to get to her, which Lucian's been hiding his magic this entire series to protect his mother, and he's gonna do that in front of everybody to get to his mate.
It was instinct.
That's his mate, guys.
Yeah.
It's not faked. Right? But Nesta does not look at a dying Cassian at all. Our last episode, we went over this. Like, Nesta doesn't look at Cassian once in that whole scene. He's dying on the ground with shredded wings. Does not look at him once. Azriel is fawning all over Moore because, again, Sarah was gonna make them mates in Akamath, but then she just didn't in Akawar. That was a little retcon.
Fun fix.
I know. So I don't know. It's just like Lucian and Elaine are definitely mates. So at first, I was thinking, Lucian's gonna be High King. Because this was before I read Crescent City 3. I was convinced that it was going to be Elaine and Lucian as High King and High Queen. And then obviously I was proven wrong and all of that stuff. But then I was like, okay, well, it's weird that Elaine was looking at Lucian first, after he like lunged for her and she went in or whatever. She knew that about the bond first before he even said shit. She knew.
Yeah.
By the expression. Like Nesta had her hands all over Elaine, and Elaine's looking over her shoulder. Right. Not even acknowledging Nesta. She doesn't even look. She doesn't even look as Nesta goes in the cauldron. She's staring at Lucian. So I was like, that's really weird because the males always know first. Flash forward to later in Akawar in the scene where she stabs Hybern and all of that, and the cauldron is mad at Nesta still for stealing from it, right? It's like sentient and it's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. And then it gets a little upset at Elaine. And we get like the cauldron's sentience, which was always kind of confusing to me, but it kind of makes sense now. The cauldron's mad at Nesta, and then it's like, oh, well, you know, our pretty, I don't know what the fuck it called her, but our pretty Elaine or whatever, protecting
The pretty fawn, the pretty
yeah,
one.
the trembling fawn protecting the thief. It calls Nesta the thief or whatever.
Mm.
And then it says, even after we gave her a gift. What gift did you give her? We knew by then that Elaine was already a seer. So what other gift did the cauldron bestow on Elaine? What
Oh.
gift? I think that it was basically a stronger mate bond.
Oh, that's true. Because Mama Archeron's prophecy, which I swear to God, she's a witch. She's either
Oh my God.
Croken or she's blue blood, but she's definitely Iron.
And the way that Elaine's like, I can scry, let me scry, let me scry. And then she scried to find the Suriel for Feyre, and the cauldron could somehow lure her to Hybern. It's, I don't know, it's so weird, but I'm like, what was the gift? Like, because again, she was already mates with Lucian before she went in the cauldron. We already knew she was a seer, but middle of Akawar. So what's this other gift that it gave her? I know that she kind of like winnowed or stepped out of a shadow or whatever to kill Hybern, but I feel like a
Maybe,
lot of high fae can winnow and that wouldn't be that special.
maybe it's poetry.
It's
And the reason why I say that is the cauldron is from Welsh, or at least from Welsh mythology, is Caradwyn. The story of Caradwyn and Taliesin. Taliesin was Goldenbrow,
hmm.
and Taliesin gained some wisdom after he, in a sense, tricked Caradwyn. So I'm thinking, and there is a character named Caradwyn,
I know.
one of the Shadow Wraiths.
Nuala and character, her besties.
Her besties,
Her
her
besties.
sisters.
Her besties, the Shadow Wraiths that cannot stand Reese, by the way. Have you ever noticed their dynamic with Reese? It's hilarious.
They're just like, yes, sir.
They
We'll
do not like him, and he hates them. I'm like, you employ them, they do your bidding, but you won't be around them. Like, what?
Here's the weird part. Like they went to him under the mountain and painted
They did.
Feyre, which he was traumatized by. Like, what's their POV? Were they like, I feel terrible for doing this. This poor girl, she's so traumatized.
The fact that they could get out of the night court when the inner circle couldn't is always glaring to me, because that means
the gossip of Az.
Yes, they were reporting back. And then Az just makes it seem like they have no idea what happened under the mountain.
I would love to be a fly on the wall to see them.
I would love to be a shadow wraith, in their house. Because they're just going back and forth.
Like,
they're literal shadows under the mountain. Amarantha doesn't even have a fucking clue that they're there. They're totally
like, I just
back.
imagine Az just sitting there with some tea and being like, so how bad is it? And it's like, they made us dress up this really poor, pathetic human, and I think we traumatized her, and the High Lord is acting really weird. And
like, he
I
had
really
us,
don't
like,
get what
painting
he's
her
doing.
ass and shit. Like, what's going on?
She's giving him a lap dance. Meanwhile,
no.
we don't know where the High Lord ring is, even though his body is on the throne. He's clearly not all there. What I don't
No.
know what's going on.
Oh my God. So either they gave her the gift of being part shadow wraith, which I don't really think is
Mm,
whatever, or which I think is more valid, I guess, which I've said a couple times, is that they gave her the ability to shapeshift.
I think so.
So
She
she
is
could have shapeshifted into a shadow wraith and then stepped out of the shadow and killed Hybern. And I think
that,
that's why she asks Amryn if she can change her body, how she changed her body if she chose the female form and all of this. And Amryn's like, there's no going back to being human, girl. And that just made me think of Aelin, because Aelin literally could shift from human form to fae form.
yeah,
And so if Elaine is a shapeshifter, I don't know, maybe she wants to shift back to human form. But then there's a lot of things going around where, is she actually a trembling fawn? Is she a deer shifter like Lydia? Or
that's
is she an owl? Because there's the whole legend of like I don't know how you say it, Bloodwed, with the owl
blue
and
blue.
yeah,
I might be saying it wrong.
with the owl and all of that, which is very like Elaine, like a very Elaine coded story as well. Um,
Yes.
but what sticks out to me in I think it's Agathos? I always forget which book it is, but Cassian, oh no, it's Akasif. It's Akasif when they come in for breakfast and Nesta's all cranky and he grabs a blueberry muffin and stuffs it in his mouth. And then Elaine comes in and Cassian's like, she was up before dawn, supposedly tending to the elderly Faye's gardens. And then he's like, but it seems like a lie. Like straight up calls it a lie. And nobody mentions that ever. So I'm like, where is she going before dawn? She is not helping
Always
Elfin
thought she
City.
was going to Springcourt to help Tamlin rebuild the
I
Springcourt.
think she's helping Tamlin with his gardens in exchange for lessons in shapeshifting. That's what I think.
That would be good. Yeah.
Because if she's
But
friends
also
with
offers him
Tamlin,
companionship. Like he needs that right now. He
and
needs friends.
as a seer, I think she saw everything that went down and what Feyre did to the court. And she's not saying shit. She's not saying
She's
shit.
she's learned from the shadow race not to say anything. She's like, snitches, snitches get stitches. No
I
one
know, I'm not
say.
saying shit until I learn, but I think that's why she wants to learn all her powers so she can like defend herself against like
And that's
Bruce and
also why
Tara.
she's probably been so distant towards the inner circle. Like you notice she's not even like really talking to Feyre.
Yeah,
And she and Feyre used to be close. She and Nesta used to be close. And
yeah.
she's just kind of like,
She's really
no.
curling into herself, and I think it's because she's honestly friends with Tamlin. And I think that's hilarious because the whole fandom is so mad about that prospect. I think
It's
it's
like
lovely.
they're either mad about it or they're shipping them together. And I'm like, no, I don't
Yeah.
really see them
They're friends. They can be
romantic.
friends. Friends are a thing. Like,
Yeah.
and I think it would be a great start to her and Lucian's story because
Yeah.
Tamlin could tell her stories about Lucian and all this other stuff. And it just goes back to, I mean, we don't really know when it started, but I always point out this scene in Akawar when she's like, "Oh, I can hear your heart through the stone," whatever. It could have been Vesperus, it could have been anyone. We don't really know
It
for a
could have been
fact that it,
Tamlin.
yeah, we don't know for a fact that it's Lucian. I was wondering if she was having like premonitions of like the past, like yeah, when he had the stone heart or whatever, but I don't know. Anything's possible technically. But all of the
Yeah.
High Lords had stone hearts, not just Tamlin. So, mm, yeah, Feyre says that under the mountain. It's like one little quick sentence
Oh, I
at the
missed that.
very end. Yeah, she's going to stab Tamlin in the third trial, and she's like, "Oh, Amarantha cursed his heart to stone like the other High Lords or something like that. And I was like, huh, so all of them have that. And I put a reel, I know I'm getting off topic, but I put a reel on my Instagram where I said, I think that Amarantha turned all of their hearts to stone because she knew that if the human never came and they were honestly stuck under the mountain, they would just kill themselves. They
They
can't
would
kill
end up
themselves.
being rubble.
They couldn't kill themselves if they had stone hearts. They
Wait a
literally
minute.
couldn't die.
If they all had stone hearts and Lucian is an unknown heir to a High Lord, Elaine knows he is High Lord today and she's freaked out about it.
I think okay. The way I don't know how much Elaine knows. This is why I want her POV so much.
I know,
But
I'm so curious.
I think that she has seen so much of Lucian in her dreams and in her premonitions and all of this stuff
Seen shit.
that she's just like, I've seen too much of you already. Like, I feel like that she's seen like his nightmares of Jasminda. I think she's seen like his nightmares of Under the Mountain and like him getting lashed by,
And
you
killing
know,
his brothers.
hunted by his brothers, beaten by Baron. Like, I feel like she's seen all this stuff within his life. And I feel like that she might have had like some premonition of the future that she was in, where who knows, maybe she's like standing over his body or something like that. So she figures, like, okay, well, if I'm never near him, it's never gonna happen, right?
Well, she's seen Vasa, and he's now he's close to Vasa, like they're
Yeah.
buddies.
Yeah, oh, the
So,
feather of fire and the yeah. I
and
don't
she's
know.
stuck. She's been betrayed. She cries at night. It's just like, oh, poor Vasa.
So
And then Farah didn't do anything.
I know. I know. Okay. Here's my thing with Vasa. Everyone acts like Vasa's curse is some sort of blessing to make her half immortal. She's not half immortal. She's still human. She's literally just cursed to spend half of her life as a fucking bird. Like,
On
that is
fire.
not a good thing. She doesn't want the curse. She wants to be normal. Hence, everyone trying to break the curse for her. Lucian, I say this to Olivia all the time because it bothers me so much. I wanted the scene where Lucian and Helion were trying to break her curse together.
I
Because Lucian,
bubble.
because Lucian says, I think it's an Akasif. Lucian says that, oh, is it? No, it's Cassian. It's Cassian's POV. But he says that Lucian reported that he and Helion had tried to break her curse and couldn't.
We were
Right?
we were robbed.
Robbed of father-son scenes. And you know what? She's gonna fucking kill Helion. And I'm gonna be so mad.
Yeah, because then Lucian would be High Lord.
I know. I think she wants to make Lucian and Elaine High Lord and High Lady of Day. Because again, the three sisters are gonna be the leaders of three courts. Dust, Night, and Day. Solar courts. Right?
Solar kids.
Solar kids. But yeah, Elaine's seen some shit. I want to know. I want to know everything she's like. She can feel, I don't know, feel, sense, see the females that Koshi has turned into swans, because remember, she mentions that. She's like, but the other one, she's different. She doesn't have feathers of white, which were the, Swan Lake retelling, which we're
She's
probably
not
going
a
to get.
swan, she's a
She's a
firebird, which
firebird. Like, why is this and everything? I'm still confused. SJM, you're gonna blow my mind with whatever that bullshit is,
well,
because
the
I still
firebird
haven't gotten
is
that.
a Russian fairy tale. It's similar to Swan Lake,
Yeah.
but kind of like how Koshi is
So, like, is that a phoenix? Like, you can't just say phoenix. Firebird.
no, because in the
No.
Russian tale that's what it's called. It's called firebird.
Hmm.
In the eastern in I think Eastern folklore, it's
Yeah.
considered a phoenix, but
Yeah.
in Russian, it's
Weird.
firebird.
Weird.
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, like Lucian has hidden power. He's not showing anyone for anything. He barely uses his fire, guys. The one
Same with his
time,
temper. Same with
huh?
his temper. Same with his temper. And it came out once he saw Elaine and his instincts kicked in and
Hmm.
took over his brain, like puberty hit
My
him right
mate.
there. My mates.
Like dude spent all 300 something years of his life tucking in those day court powers, and the second his mate is in trouble, he's like, fuck this. Highburn chains. Highburn unholy spellbook chains. He spell cleaved out of.
And Tamlin's just like over here, like,
He
holy
can't even get out of them.
he's just like,
Lucian
hey,
is a fucking powerhouse. And I hate that people don't realize that, because we are given all the clues. All the clues. And he only uses his fire once in that cave when they're trying to escape Eris, and he like almost burns his brother alive. He's like, oops, the whole ceiling came down. Oh well. Oops, my
he's
bad. But
if
the
if
fact,
he's as powerful as Reese and or more, that's why Ianthe, or however you say her name,
Ianthe, yeah.
Ianthe,
Yeah.
that's why she went after him.
I know.
Because
I
he
keep
has a
saying,
hard on for powerful High Lord.
yes, I keep saying that Ianthe's power was to sense power.
Wait, does that mean she was a bloodhound? Or is it
We
different?
don't
Is it
know.
more like not so much bloodlines, but just
Yeah,
power?
just power, I think.
Okay.
Because she didn't want Tamlin. She wanted Lulu.
Uh-huh.
There's never any explanation for that.
I still cringed when I read that episode, when I read that
I know.
chapter where she was acting all schmutty
Mm.
towards Reese, and Reese is just like, what
And
the
Farrah's
hell?
like, I should leave him here. First of all, bitch, fuck you. Are you kidding me? Your mate sexually assaults you under the mountain, but your friend is almost getting raped, and you're like, I should leave him here? What a shitty ass thing to say.
Considering all that he did to try and help her,
He
despite getting
saved
whipped.
her life 3 times.
He almost died because she couldn't read.
He healed her face. Which is another thing I bring up. Everybody under the mountain had no magic. No magic, except for Reese, who bartered for it. And Lucian and Lady Autumn. Lucian and his mama.
I didn't even think about that.
He
Oh,
healed her face, and Lady Autumn helped her with her task because she saved Lucian's life when she gave Amarantha her name.
I
Because Lady
really
Autumn's like,
better as a human. I don't like her as Faye. She's just a mean girl.
Lady Autumn was like, for saving my son's life. And I'm like, I love her.
I know, she's great.
And
She's
when
like
Farrah
cute.
was like, she smells like apples and she's pretty, I was like, his mom.
Next time I smell a candle that smells like apple pie, I'm gonna think of Lady Autumn.
Lady Autumn and Lucian. This is why my headcanon is that Lucian smells like apples, like his mom.
And Elaine is a baker. She's getting into
Mm-hmm.
baking with the shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
And like every time we see Lucian outside, he's like plucking an apple from a tree and like eating the apples. Like that's what got him poisoned. He was eating poisoned apples. Him and Farrah were eating poisoned apples.
Damn it, Lucian.
Damn it, Lucian. The apples, yeah. But yeah, so Reese says in Akawar, which I recently caught that I discussed with Olivia for a little bit, he says when they're like mad at Eris for going after Thera or whatever, he's like, well, Eris is a dead man walking or whatever, and Lucian will be on the throne soon enough. So he
Oh.
knows. He knows
Oh,
that
yeah.
Lucian is equally as powerful as Eris. And then he goes on to say, like, or after they find out that Helion's actually Lucian's father, Rhys literally goes like, that's why Eris isn't threatened by him. Because he always thought
Yeah.
it was weird, like, that's why Eris isn't threatened by Lucian, because like they're equals in power, which I think he knew was weird for two siblings, because usually it's one, right? That's and then going back to Akawar when they're in the Autumn Court eating the apples and he tells her about Jesminda and everything. When
That was
she's like, when he's like, oh, I learned all my people because I was, the seventh son and nobody really gave a shit about me. I could do whatever the fuck I wanted and I could learn everybody. I think that first of all, I think that he also learned about the Autumn Court Temple, which was Sangraba, but I'll get back to that later because you know where I'm going with that.
yes, I
And
do.
yeah, and Fair's like, oh, well, that seems more High Lord-like than the life of an idle, unwanted son. And he's like, why do you think my brothers did their best to break and kill me? Like, he knows. He knows.
Oh God, he does.
He knows. Why do you think? Blah, blah, blah. He's like, but they know I'm not stupid enough to kill up the long list of heirs or whatever. Because there's like, what, 5 of them left? Yeah, 5 of them left, including him.
Oh yeah, including him. Yeah, there's.
Yeah. So he's like, they just know that I wouldn't be stupid enough to kill up the long list.
Yeah.
But Lucian, you wouldn't have to kill up the long list because it goes by power. Which is why I thought it was weird that Baron doesn't understand that. Because in the High Lords meeting, when he tells Eris, you're not taking that antidote or whatever, he's like, I'm sure your brothers won't be sad to see that you're not taking it. And they're like, grumbling. So it's like Baron seems to think that it's just like down the line and not by power, unless he just honestly has no idea that Lucian's that powerful, which makes sense because he would have been.
Baron just seems clueless. Like all he wants is like a Sarah Hunger Games.
He just wants land and power, but he doesn't know what the fuck is going on. He's like 1100 years old.
He's cranky.
Yeah. Rhys is like, that cranky old bastard. Baron's just done.
Baron's like, I have dementia. I'm tired.
But this is why Elaine and Lucian are mates, because they're equals in power, because Elaine is Cauldron Maid and Lucian is the heir of a High Lord and the son of a powerful fire-wielding noble. His mother comes from a house of powerful fire-wielding nobles, which I wanted to get into real quick because I've been saying that's why Baron needed her to marry him. That's why he convinced her parents to sell her to him. Because she's the powerful one. He needed her to have powerful heirs. Baron's the fucking nothing.
Wait a minute. What if
her.
he went to a seer? What if he went to a seer? Because the Autumn Court has a thing with the Night Court. So what if he went to as his mom, who might be a seer, and found out about the Autumn?
Baron actually has a thing with Kier in particular. It's Hewn City that he has the alliance with. Eris, he sends Eris. But I don't know. They had that thing going all the way back to setting up Eris and Mor to be married. Is it because he wanted use of Mor's truth powers? He wanted to prove that Lucian wasn't his son, I bet. I don't know. Eventually.
I'm just saying, I feel like oracles run really strong in that family. Because
well, I bet you so much money that Lady Autumn has a big black book of all of the history, because her line is the line that crossed over to Midgard. It was the redheads. Lady Autumn is the redhead, not Baron. Baron's just the fucking brunette, cranky.
He kind of looks like the way he's described is a lot like Hybern.
Yeah, brown hair, brown eyes, boring as fuck.
Yeah.
Old, cranky.
Old, cranky, obsessed with
But
power.
I'm like,
Conquer.
he needed Lady Autumn, I think, to stay in power. Honestly, I honestly think that he is, I don't know whether he's like drugging her to make her subservient or using a spell on her to make her subservient, but I think he's siphoning her power.
That would explain a lot. That would explain why he's still alive.
That would explain why his fire as a High Lord couldn't pierce Azrael's shield, who is an Illyrian, at the High Lord's meeting.
What if she has one of the first Phaelites?
Perhaps.
That would explain a lot.
Yeah.
Hi, Kitty.
Yeah. Eris knows about those peaks.
He does. He knows about other worlds. He knows about the freaking the red
Everything.
cape. The red cape.
The red cape. Lucian's hunting knife. Yeah. People think I'm crazy when I say that Lucian's bejeweled hunting knife was Dorian's, but I'm like, I put them side by side. I swear to God, it's the same knife. Because SJM has a habit of like specifically pointing out like subtle things that actually make a difference. Like, what was the point of bringing up that knife? What was the point of him, passing it on to Feyre as an apology and being like, it was one of my favorite knives and it'll serve you well and all of this stuff, which she's only done with 2 other knives before Akasif. It was Truth Teller and it was Lucian's sword, which I also ramble and rant about all the time. Lucian's sword is the missing Narbin that Amarantha threw into the sea. 100%. 100%. So, made sword, made mate, super powerful bloodline. That's why him and Elaine are mates. But as for her special gift, we don't know. I'm just speculating that it's shapeshifting and that it has something to do with her being friends with Tamlin into her book. Perhaps.
That would be really cool.
It would be.
And oh my gosh, like imagine like all the things. It would tie in so well with the Koshi Wars too, because the Swan, the Firebird, they're all shapeshifters, granted against their will.
Yeah.
But if Elaine is thinking she's being helpful by going to Tamlin for lessons and helping his gardens.
And you know what? You know what I just thought of?
What?
I feel like Elaine not just sees, but I feel like she hears a lot too because she's the quiet one. And do you remember how Alice says like, oh, nobody thinks about the servants, but we hear everything. If she's friends with the servants, the Shadowwraiths, she has to hear a lot of shit. And it is said about 5 times by like 3 or 4 different people in Akasif. We need Tamlin up and ready to help us with this war. We need him healed. We need his court up and running. So that would just motivate her more, I think.
Yeah, because she wants to be helpful.
Yeah, including the spring court is like would be perfect for Elaine, and the spring court is so Elaine vibes. But the thing that just makes me laugh about that, because Feyre always says like her and Nesta are so alike, right? And they kind of are. They're kind of like 2 sides of the same coin in a way.
Yeah.
But Nesta says that, Elaine would love the spring court or whatever. And then when Feyre's destroying the spring court and fleeing, she's like, oh, Elaine would find it lovely here, but, I would do everything in my power to prevent her from ever coming here.
Right. Like, why do you have to be such a killjoy? Like, your
Oh,
sister did something nice for your birthday, and you can't even do this one nice
I
thing
know.
and not tell a bunch of people. What's wrong with you?
I know.
Stop
I
it.
know. Stop it. Stop it. You're killing this guy's court because he was overprotective and wouldn't let you go where you wanted to go. Does that not reek of hypocrisy to you, Farah? Because now you're not going to let
Especially
your
when
sister
it's
go where
Nesta.
she wants to go.
And when she was pregnant, Reese didn't let her go anywhere without being supervised and having a bubble over her. And I'm like,
This is where I think Elaine knows all of this. I think Elaine has heard all of these fucking conversations. I think at some point she was also seeing through Lucian's eyes. You know how like Farah saw through Reese's eyes under the mountain?
I feel like, uh, okay, so here's part of my crack theory. Quick tangent. I feel like when Reese saw Farrah painting that flower, it was
Yes.
not his eyes. I feel like it was through Nesta's eyes. That's why in my crack theory, Nesta, Reese are actual mates. At least Vogue, at least to his Vogue form. He might have two
Yes.
mates. He might have two mates.
What if that's what she meant?
Because Reese is terrified of his Vogue form, yet
Yeah.
Nesta easily brings it out of him. And I have
Always.
so many. He had to teach Farah how to set up wards and block people from reading her mind. Meanwhile, Nesta has like Fort Knox and
Impenetrable fortress.
she sees Reese in his bald form.
I'm
She sees past the bullshit. And like
crazy.
Nesta is powerful. Reese is said to be the most powerful High Lord. Reese is Death incarnate. Nesta is Lady Death. Like, they're equals.
I know.
They are mates.
Cassian
I
is
died on that
fucking
hill.
nothing compared to Nesta. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It does not make
Although I also have a correct theory that Reese manipulated that mateship.
Oh.
I think
Hello. Descendant of Maeve with fate manipulation. Rowan and Lyria. Is that giving anybody flashbacks? Because I'm
because the
so convinced that, as I've said, either Nesta made her bond with Cassian because, you know, she was desperate, she wanted to be understood, and she
yes.
kind of connected with Cassian first, at least on a sexual level, right? Or
Reese wanted the same thing with Farah.
yeah. Or, which I go back to so often, is the Akathas line. There are threads to be woven here. What the fuck happened when their mate bond solidified? Golden threads. Laurel. That thing cracked open in her chest. No, that thing was installed in your chest, Nesta.
Downloading into the motherboard.
Downloading to the motherboard.
Like, when I think about it,
that's why she had the frenzy and Cassian didn't.
well, even with Farah, the reason why she's so powerful and has all those powers is because when she was in the cauldron after she died because her neck got snapped, Reese was there and was like, here,
Tether,
tether. And he manipulated all of the High Lords to give a kernel of their powers, starting with Baron.
Starting with
powerful.
Baron. The way that he says that he didn't fucking force them, I will never believe that simply for the fact that Baron gave first. Yeah. Come on. There's no fucking way.
Yeah, that's why she's powerful. That's why she's as powerful as Reese.
Yeah.
He made it that way. And then because he made it that way, just loosening that one thread and moving over to another weft, that was enough to push it into, well, you get a second chance mate because your actual mate you're gonna freaking hate and wish she had died because she brings out your Vogue and you're gonna feel really scared.
But see, here's the thing that gets me, right? Amarantha Amarantha hated him for whatever, going with his father to kill Tamlin's father, her bestie, right? But they were both Velg.
Yeah.
They were both Velg. Okay. But see, if Amarantha truly took away most of his powers, was she really able to take away? Like, he says, oh, I only have the remnants to Feyre. But, like, his wings were coming out for Feyre, and he was literally mind melting people, and he was moving through his shadows. And it's like,
He protected Valeris.
we got no indication that that was just the remnants.
That's relative.
Like, and
Like, if
and
he
so
was
when
that powerful, why did Feyre have to almost die to give birth to their son? I'm so pissed about that.
But here's the thing. Under the mountain, when Feyre died, Rhys was supposed to still not have the extent of his magic because nobody had their powers back until Tamlin killed Amarantha. Because again, Feyre only liberated the Spring Court. So how could he fate manipulate if he only had the remnants of his power? Which I guess people are like, well, you know, the mate bond is a thing from the mother, obviously, and you can feel it despite not having magic. Which I should have brought that up in my argument about Nessian the other day, because somebody said that during the blood rite that she had no magic, so she couldn't feel the bond. Well, clearly the bond can be felt without magic.
So I feel like there's like this Prithian wife swap. I feel like Nesta and Rhys are actually true mates.
The Real Housewives of Prithian.
The Real Housewives of Prithian.
The Real High Lords of Prithian.
But like, I feel like Nesta and Rhys are true mates, and I feel like Cassian and Feyre are true mates. They get along with such natural ease. Like, nothing's forced, nothing is over the top. It's just so natural. And like, granted, okay, and I think it was Aquawar. Like, Nesta went down to the training ring after she got back from the spring. And granted, she's mated. She's already become High Lady. She flirts with Cassian. She's like, Cassian said something funny, and
she's just
Feyre
laughing around.
all flirty, like, what's a female to do? And I'm just like, really?
And then Rhys beats his ass.
Right?
Cassian's like, oh, I'll let him beat me because, you know, the mating frenzy and all that shit. But I'm like,
but it was also like in Aquawar when she was in the worm and she was covered in worm shit and her bone is sticking out 90 degrees and she's just saying to Amarantha and Rhys is just like, I imagine Cassian in the back of my head saying, if you don't marry her, you prick, I will. And I'm just like, interesting. That's Cassian's type.
So did the Shadow Wraiths tell you about Feyre and then he actually heard you in his mind, or what? Like, you know? But also, aren't you supposed to be in physical pain if you physically hurt your mate?
Here's the thing, too. Feyre noticed Cassian was in pain. They're mates. Feyre and Cassian are mates. Nesta and Rhys are mates.
I have absolutely no faith in SJM to do this. But it would make sense. But it makes sense.
AO3.
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 Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I just need
because honestly, like, Cassian and Feyre are much more healthier in communication than Feyre
and like Cassian and Nesta.
Oh my god.
They're
like,
I cannot get behind them. I cannot get behind them.
But here's the thing. Rhys already lied to Feyre about the pregnancy and withheld that from her. Imagine if, like, canonically. Yes, thank you. Words. Yes. I can write them. I can't say them. Um,
Oh,
if Nesta and Reese are actually mates and like he's trying to hide it and trying to get her to die as a way of rejecting the mate bond. Um,
so here's the thing. Wouldn't it make sense for her to be mates with his Valg form if she was in fact a witch, which we know she is, because
oh,
witches are part Valg.
here's the other part. Those who are made have witch blood or a steri.
Hmm.
Amryn was able to come back because we think she's a steri. Reese was able to come back because he has witch, Valg, probably Starborn.
Yeah,
So he was able to come
he's
back.
five
Feyre,
parts. He's 5 parts of whatever, which is why he's the
every
most powerful.
Nesta, Feyre, Elaine, and Briar were made.
Well, I think Briar was made. That's my headcanon. I want her to be made so badly. You have no
Is
idea.
she is Blackbeak. I swear to God, she's Blackbeak. And I think she's related to Vesperus.
Right?
She has the blue eyes. She
Yeah,
has the
she
blue
doesn't.
eyes. She has the
No, okay. I have put it in everybody's heads that Briar has blue eyes. It does not say what color eye color she has. I had to go back and
I
check
thought it
that.
did.
It does not. I don't think it does.
I thought it
I'm
was
pretty sure it
red eyes.
doesn't. It says her black hair, whatever, flowing in the wind or whatever. I don't know, I always automatically saw her with blue eyes. I don't know why. So I've always seen her with blue eyes.
I
It's
could have
weird.
sworn I read it with blue eyes. I have to double
Maybe it's
check.
later in the camp scene. Does it mention it in the camp scene? Is that why I'm always like, oh, she has
I,
blue eyes? And I'm
uh,
like, wait, does she? Let me check the wiki and see if anybody put it on the wiki.
I swear it was on
Hold
the
on.
wiki.
Hold
But I
on.
think she's related to Vesperus and she's a Blackbeak.
Stop it. Vespers was Briar. It does say eye color blue.
Uh-huh.
Hmm. When did
Uh-huh.
it mention that? Hold on. Appearance. Briar is a short. Yeah, no, it just says Briar is a short, slender, young, beautiful girl. She has pale skin and long black hair. So someone posted blue eyes. I think everyone just automatically assumes black hair, blue eyes. She could have gold eyes.
Oh, that's true. That would be cool.
I had a little crack theory because I keep seeing everyone saying, "Oh, she's the same Briar as Tog." And I don't really like that theory at all. However, I did have a little crack theory that she was descended from Manon and Dorian. And
I think
she had Dorian's black hair and Manon's gold eyes. And she was named after Briar.
that would be so cute.
And like
But
Manon was her like grandmother or whatever.
if she was related to Minorian, wouldn't that also make her related to Autumn Court because of all of the Dorian things that are reminiscent of Autumn, like the red cape, the hunting knife?
Hmm.
So that would be interesting.
And the reason she didn't go to Autumn is because Baron is still a fucking High Lord. Fuck him. I
Yeah.
hate him so much. I want him dead so bad. I want him dead first.
I think what's gonna happen is that Hellion is going to defend his son
Oh
or
my
something
god.
like that, and it's going to be this Marvel.
Okay, can you
And they're both dying.
imagine? Can you imagine if okay, Helion gets attacked, right? And he's like dying or whatever. And Elaine has to tell Lucian that she knew Helion was his father. If Lucian doesn't knows. No, I think Lucian knows.
I
But
think he does. I think he suspects.
yeah. But like, can you imagine like Lucian just like whirling around in the war and just seeing Helion get like fucking stabbed in the heart or whatever? Like
Ugh.
the sword, like you know the dramatic like sword through the chest type thing.
Can you imagine Lady Autumn?
I have headcanon that she would choose to die with him because there's no way Baron would not know that they were mates if Helion gets hurt that badly, because she would be screaming too.
Wait a minute. She would have to mask the scent of their mate bond.
Well, Helion's a spell cleaver, so I guess he could know how to work spells to cover it. I think that's probably what he's been doing every time they've been in the same room, which was really only the High Lords meeting. And they were given googly eyes. Eris is like, I'll cover you. Eris was blocking the view.
Eris knows.
Oh, 100%.
He
Eris knows
way.
everything.
That's why Cormac is totally his son.
Dude, the fucking revelation today, after I've literally been calling him the heiress of Crescent City since I read Crescent City 2 last year. I've only been calling him like, every time I go to describe Cormac to someone who has not read Crescent City, I said he's the heiress of Crescent City. He's the heiress of Crescent City. He's the heiress of Crescent City. The shitty dad that he has to wear a mask around, and all these secrets.
Firstborn.
The firstborn. All these secrets that he has that he can't tell anybody. Being trapped on Avalon, like being trapped in the Autumn Court, and having a secret lover.
Not talking about him.
Having a secret lover that he wanted to be with. Like,
apparently too.
No. Ugh. I don't know.
I was so proud of that once I figured it out, because I was looking on. I did the lame thing. I looked on Pinterest and I was like, let me look up really quick references. I'm not really feeling Google right now. I'll do it afterwards. and like, son of defilement, and I'm like, that is more coded. Son of defilement.
I know.
She was defiled, in a sense.
I actually reread that flashback in Akafast today because I wanted.
Because her womb was stapled. Like, is that not a C-section?
Well, okay, so I reread it specifically for that because I wanted the actual details. So in Ecca War, Eris is saying that he regrets what happened at the border. I think what he meant is that he regrets his words, because he literally said I don't want to fuck Illyrian leftovers or whatever. Like, he was kind of cruel with it. When he literally
he was hurt.
He didn't have to go that hard. She was already dying. It was hurting him, I think, honestly, and he regrets saying that, obviously. But
yay for
so he's like, he literally says, there's not much I regret in my life, but I regret that. Like, he openly says that to her, and she's like, I don't give a shit. Which, putting on her little scene or whatever. I honestly, I feel like Eris thinks that he's so stoic and can keep his cool, and he's literally just an emotional ball of mush every time he sees more.
So is Lucian. Lucian is a lot like Eris, more than he is aware of. Like,
oh yeah,
I think Eris was kind of like the step-in father.
Oh,
100%
he raised Lucian. 100%.
Because he told Tamlin, hey, my baby brother's in trouble. Please look after him.
Yes!
I'll try and hold off these guys, but you have to protect my baby brother.
And it hurts. It literally hurts me so much that Lucian doesn't know that. It hurts me. He doesn't know.
So he has 3 daddies. One that is a POS, and not really daddy. Then he has this actual daddy, which a lot of people call daddy.
And then he has brother daddy.
He has brother daddy. is blessed.
Blessed. Oh my god, I just see like baby Lucian like clinging to Eris's pant leg and like so cute.
Oh,
But yeah, it's just
don't be sad, Eris.
I don't know. Like, I have a headcanon that I know that SJM probably just retconned it from book one because that's what she does when she needs to change details. She just doesn't explain it. But I have a headcanon that um when Baron asked Eris to help kill Jesminda, which we know he did. Eris tells the whole story in Ecca War. And Eris said no. We know that he threw Eris in the dungeon to be tortured for that entire length of time that Jesminda was being killed. Because Eris says, like, I have never I've never rejected my father anything he wanted except for that. Like, he would not help kill Jesminda because he knew that Lucian loved her. And
Oh,
so I think in order to sow discord between, which I think it's funny that the name Eris means discord, but in order to
yeah.
sow discord between Eris and Lucian, because I think Baron knew that they were the closest and they were both the most powerful, which could overcome him, which is like Reese's father separating the Bat Boys, right?
Yeah.
I think that he made the second oldest wear Eris's clothes, Eris's boots, fashion his hair like him. And that's why Lucian thinks that Eris helped hold him down. Because in high emotion like that, he's not thinking like, oh, did my father make my other brother look like Eris or blah, 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 blah. He probably just like saw the flash of Eris's clothes and boots and was like, Eris fucking helped hold me down while they killed my lover. That's why he thinks that Eris held him down when he didn't.
Or he was trying to comfort Lucian, and Lucian just took it in a completely different way.
Well, he wasn't there because he was in the dungeon, remember? He
Oh,
was
yeah.
locked up the whole time because then Eris says, like, which is why I think that Baron definitely tortures him with Fabane, because only like Fabane will basically have you pass out, if you're being lashed that much. Because Eris says, I lost consciousness, and when I came to, Baron had given my brothers the rights to hunt him down. And so
And
that's when he got to leave the dungeon, and he's like, the first thing I did was just get word anonymously to Tamlin to get the hell over to his border. And he's like bleeding and half conscious, and he's like, they're gonna kill him.
Eris's daddy.
That's why it hurts me so much that Lucian doesn't know. And the fact that every time, which was only twice so far, I think twice, both times that Eris and Lucian have been in a scene together, Eris will not acknowledge him because I think he knows that if he does, he won't be able to stop himself from continuing. Like,
he's gonna hot mess.
Like when he attacked Lucian and Feyre over the border, because it was, again, he says after in the meeting with Rhys and everyone, he's like, it was a High Lord order. Like my father ordered me to drag them back. Like I had to. Like he didn't have a choice. High Lords can literally impose their will, kind of like a Daemati, and they have to do it. Like it's like a intrinsic thing. It's not like a choice. So he basically like compelled him to bring them back. And even still, Eris found a loophole, because if you go back and you read that whole scene of Eris attacking them, he only ever goes after Feyre. He doesn't touch Lucian. He doesn't go near Lucian. The other
That's
two brothers do. The
bro.
other two brothers do. Even on the ice, when Eris goes right for Feyre, and he leaves the other two brothers for Lucian because he knows they're weaker than him. And he knew that Lucian could take him out by himself.
And the fact that during the High Lord meeting, like Eris protected their mom, like Eris
just angled his body in front of his mother.
Oh, he's so cute.
I love him so much. This is why I need Baron dead. He's gonna be the best High Lord. And he's gonna like, I feel like he's gonna go right to Lucian and just like fucking hug him. And Lucian's gonna be like, what the fuck? He's gonna be like, I have so much to actually tell you. And Lucian's gonna be like, you fucking snake, get off me. Because I hate that. I hate that in Ecca War when they're talking about Eris and Lucian's like, yeah, Eris is a snake. And
Wait a minute.
And they're like, he should have been dead a long time ago. And he's like, yeah, Eris is a snake. Because he honestly
Isn't that what Reese said about Autumn Court people? Or that they're two-faced? Didn't he say that in
Lucian did. Lucian did when Farah asked him if he would ever want his father's crown, when he's talking about being High Lord like. And he said, no one's ever asked me that, but you know, I would find myself with a crown only to lord over a two-faced crafty people, so it's not worth it.
I remember that. I also remember Reese saying something about it.
And then like
their
Reese
reason or something like that.
probably. Yeah, they call them like foxes and snakes and you know, crafty people. Which again, Cormac, crafty boy.
Even though Reese is cunning. Like he hasn't done the inner work to face his own BS. That's why he's intimidated by his true mates. His true Vogue mates.
His true Vogue mate. I swear to God, I will throw this fucking book at the wall if Reese gets a first light core. I will be so mad.
I would too.
He's already the most powerful. How much more magic can he handle? Actually,
driving him batshit crazy.
I know. He says that. That's what I was gonna bring up. When I was rereading parts of this for the theory earlier, I get a little bit too into it. So I like see a quote and then I like read a couple pages. I don't know. But there is a scene. It's in Akasif? No, Akasif maybe. I don't remember. It's either Ecca or Akasif, something like that. And Azriel is coming to report to him about the queens. And Azriel's like, you know, we should just disband Illyria and blah, 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 because he hates them so much.
Yes, he does.
And we haven't really heard from the queens yet. We haven't heard from the queens yet, blah, 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 blah. And these are the people that in Illyria that want to, you know, create an uprising against you, which I think is coming up as well. The Illyrian uprising, which is why I think Balthazar was introduced. That's my theory.
That might be why Sarah is in the north with all that snow.
Because Azriel said that, you know, there's really only two females causing chaos and discourse. You know, one of them was a widow of a soldier and one of them was a mother of one who died. And they're, you know, trying to cause the uprising or whatever. But anyway, Azriel is reporting to him and he's in his study. And Reese says, like, I threw out tendrils of darkness just to relieve myself from some of the magic building up inside of me.
So he masturbated?
No.
I'm just imagining like dark tendrils of.
Yeah, he was just like throwing them across the room to relieve himself of magic.
I went there, but I'm just imagining he's doing this and there's like tendrils.
Well, that's why him and Farah fuck so often, because he needs to get some of it out.
That's why I feel like Farah and Cassian are actual mates, because they think with their crotch. They're very brawny. They're both warriors, respectfully. Farah is a warrior. She is crafty. Cunning. She paints, and Cassian paints the town red with bloodshed. He is the prince canonically. God damn it, that word. Canonically, he is the prince of bloodshed. She is the princess of carry-on. They are mates. Nesta and Reese are meets Bessian and Nestand.
Oh my god.
That's my headcanon. I swear.
Oh my god.
They're gonna come after me when I say that, but I know y'all are thinking about it.
I've actually seen a few Rista things on Tumblr lately, and I'm like, hmm.
Their
You
hate
messed up
sex
my
is
algorithm. You
their
said
hate
it out
sex.
loud and you messed up my algorithm. Now I'm like, this cursed fucking shit. But anyway, going
They-
back real quick to Lucian and learning his people in Sangraba and everything. So
Right.
I am fully convinced, again, I've probably said this a million times and people are going to get sick of me, but I'm fully convinced that the Sangraba temple was the Autumn Court temple. And because we know for a fact, canonically, that Sisir is the Night Court temple.
Yeah.
Sisir is the Night Court temple. And it was Sangrava and Sisir that were attacked. Which again, if Valaris is so warded, how did Hybern get in, right?
Yeah.
Did they know about the thin places? I bet they
Well,
did because Amarantha did.
well, here's the thing. Like Ferris showed them the magical snow globe. I can't remember what it's
The
called.
Veritas. The
I just call it
Veritas.
the magical globe.
The orb.
She showed the queens the magical snow globe of
Yeah.
Valaris, and so they told Hybern,
Yeah.
and that's how I remember it. So it might be
Yeah,
that.
so they knew where Valaris was located to like get in, but they kind of just guessed that they used spells to get in, I guess against the
Yeah.
wards or whatever. But I swear I'm going back to Sangrava in a second. But I always get off track. I always get off track. But they if Hybern was Valg and Amarantha was Valg, Amarantha was using a thin place, a
Liminal space.
portal, yeah, liminal space portal to send monsters through into the spring court because
The Star Hole?
no, Tamlin's Calanmay cave because they're having a conversation and I brought this up to Olivia and she was shocked too. I said they're having the conversation with the adder and Feyre is hiding and Lucian says like, don't you disgrace this cave by sending your ilk through it. Through it. She's sending her ilk through it. That's how his border was getting overrun because they were already inside the border. It wasn't the borders. It was his actual court getting swarmed. That's why he didn't want Feyre to go with him.
What if that's how Ianthe got there? Because when did she show up? Oh wait, no.
Ianthe showed up in Akamath after Amarantha was taken care of because she was hiding in Valahan the whole time.
Yeah,
her sisters and father.
And did things in the cave,
Yeah.
and it's like that was a really drunken night.
Yeah.
Feel
But
like
yeah, Lucian growls at the adder. He's like, you tell her to stop sending her ilk through the cave. Through it!
He's softy.
So, Under the Mountain connects to the Spring Court Cave. Hewn City connects to Dusk. So, Ramiel has to connect to something. And I said on one of my reels, which I did not even get to discuss this on the podcast yet. So this is my first time discussing this on the podcast. So Ramiel has to connect to something as well. Do you know what I think it connects to?
The prison?
No, because the prison connects to Hewn City. And Under the Mountain connects to the Spring Court. I think Ramiel connects to the Gallian Mountains, where the original Valkyries disappeared. I think they're the ones trapped under Ramiel. And they're not dead. I think they went through the liminal space. And I think whatever happened during that war with all that magic, they got trapped in the stone there. and I don't think they're dead.
I hope they get them out of there. Wait, what if
Because
they
they're gonna be
on?
Nesta's court. The Dust Court is
Yeah,
gonna be
but
the
what if
court
they
of
got
the Valkyries. I think.
what if they got turned into swans?
Yeah, they could also be the swans at Koshi's Lake. They could.
Would that be connected? Kind of similar to like the Starlit Pool.
Perhaps. I have so many theories about the Starlight Pool. It's ridiculous.
I do too.
Many theories.
I do too. It's insane.
Oh my
What
god.
happens what happens on Starfall? What happens to the lake on Starfall? Like,
Well, Starfall is only the Night Court. The rest of the courts have Ninzar.
look
Which is
at Ninzar. So like what happens to the Starlit Pool on Ninzar?
I don't know. It's like the holiday of flowers and seeds or something. So it's like a spring court holiday. And I don't know. For some reason, the Night Court gets all of the dead souls that they've probably killed, pummeling them in the face, and they think it's pretty.
Yeah, this is so pretty. Thanks. I just exploded in your
Big
face.
bitch slap.
Whose soul was that, by the way? Was
I
that
don't know. So my original thought was that all of the
was that
souls.
Danica?
Well, so
Wait,
that
what
was
is
my
that with Cormac? Cormac just comes through and he's like, "Oh shit, my bad."
thought. Reese's mom, you asshole. You were supposed to meet us there, smack. But my theory was that
Bring Nessa to go get the ring. Her boobs fit in this dress better than that.
oh my god. My theory was that all of the souls that the Underking like ate, or not really ate, well yeah, ate, consumed, actually ended up back in their home world, which was Prithian, and that's what Starfall is. All of those souls returning home.
So would that mean Cormac? What
No,
if that
I
was
don't think he's
Cormac?
dead. I don't think he's dead.
I don't think so either. But no, think about it, because Aelin wasn't dead, and she came as a red star.
Yeah, she was the red comet or whatever, which again
So
is kind of
Star
weird, but
wasn't dead, but she came as a celestial being on Starfall. So Cormac might be in Starfall, and he's not dead. He just looks different.
dude, if there is a Starfall in this next book and we see another colored comet, you can bet your ass I'm saying it's Cormac.
What color would he be? Because like Aelin makes sense as a red comet because fire, and
Yeah.
Mala, she's Mala's heir. So what would Cormac
Well,
be?
so is Cormac by Lady Autumn. He has fire magic and shadow magic.
Would he be
He
purple?
blue, like hot flame, like in Crescent City, how like
No,
the
no,
queen was
no.
blue.
You know what he would be? He would be like Nesta. He'd be silver
Silver,
flames.
silver, white
He's
silver.
for
That's another thing I wanted to bring up, actually. I'm so fucking glad you said that. I'm so glad you said that.
because Nesta.
Because I was freaking out the other night. I made a reel about this as well, but nobody really saw it. It didn't really get a lot of views for some reason. It just didn't do well as a reel. But
Algorithm.
yeah, the algorithm's weird. But
Yeah.
I realized in Crescent City, we find out why Lydia is called Agent Day, right? Because she has the fire magic or whatever. We find out that Rune is Agent Night because he looks like night, right? Why the fuck was Cormac Agent Silverbow?
Deanna.
Who has Deanna's magic? Nesta? Silver Flames?
Wait a
Silver
minute.
Bow?
And Archeron, and also Farah. I didn't even think about it.
And
Farah's a Sagittarius.
who is the epitome of Deanna in Crescent City, but the Luna. And the Luna statue is the Archer. Silver Bow!
Oh my god.
I'm telling you right now, Cormac and Nesta are the prophecy. Whether they are
Yes.
mates or whether Sarah is going to play on that love despite a mate bond thing, they are
Oh,
fucking endgame. I want them to be fucking endgame.
I
King
have
and
a
Queen of
theory.
Dust.
I have a theory. I have a theory. I have a theory. I have a theory. Okay, so with my crack theory that Nesta and Reese are actual mates, at least bulb wise, and Feyre and Reese have the really stupid pact that when they
The
die,
dead.
they're the dead pact, and the fact that Cassian, we both believe that Cassian is going to die because he doesn't have witch blood. If he had witch blood,
He doesn't even have a continuing arc. He
no,
doesn't even have a continuing story.
Elaine saw him dead. And so he's gonna die. Feyre and Reese are gonna die. Nesta's gonna be like, well, shit, my sister
Oh
and
my
her
god, she will
mate,
never kill Phazand, and that bothers me so much. She should have killed them in Ecca War, honestly.
or they break up and Cassian dies, and it's just kind of like, well, I'm just gonna do something else. But that'll
What?
free up Nesta to Cormac.
What if? Hear me out.
But
So, Feyre had her villain moment, right, with Spring. Nesta had
her
kind
bitch.
of Nesta kind of had her villain moment, right, with Reese, I guess, giving the mask over, whatever. So
Not really
it kind
villain.
of goes without saying, yeah, well, other people saw her as the villain for different things, but
Yeah.
kind of goes without saying that Elaine will have like kind of a villain moment. What if? I don't know, and I don't know if it's going to have to do with Koshi or not, but I think it might.
I think it
I do think that Koshi has some sort of hold over her because of Papa Archeron's deal with him for Vasa, but that's a whole other situation. Um,
yeah.
what if the situation she saw with Lucian was that for some reason she's around Koshi, right? Koshi has captured both Cassian and Lucian, and she has to choose which one to save.
Oh. Or
Mm.
as maybe it would make sense for Cassian because obviously she would choose Lucian, but like, what if she has to choose between Lucian and Az?
I
But
know.
Az, I don't see Az dying. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. No. As is a whole different situation with Koshi because we know that Koshi wants him.
Yeah.
My crack theory for that I told Olivia is that like if we actually take a deep look at Lucian and Elaine through Akawar, Elaine has like yeah, she's polite with Azriel. Azriel takes her out to the garden only after Lucian says she needs to get out of the house, by the way. That's not an Azriel scene. That's what Lucian tells them.
And Elaine is feisty. She has a temper.
Yeah. She through Akawar and
I
even
love her war.
through Akawar and even in Akafas, she is polite to Lucian. And she's not even looking at Azriel in a weird romantic way. Like they're just friendly.
She chased after Lucian when he was like, I'm gonna go help.
She stepped forward, yeah. And then he gets to her end of the bond and he's blushing. And Feyre's like, it's not what we're looking for. I don't know what the fuck he saw, but it's not what we're looking for.
I wanted to
That
know.
haunts me. What did he
What
blush about? But anyway, the fact that I believe Papa Archeron allowed Koshi to hide a part of his soul within Elaine so that he didn't take her to the lake in order to get Vasa to help them fight in the war. I think that was Papa Archeron's deal, is that Elaine wouldn't have to live at the lake. She could be free, but Koshi would be able to hide a bit of his soul in her because we know in the lore that he hides 3 parts of his souls in objects, like you said. So if he hid a piece of it in someone that they cared about, they wouldn't be able to kill him unless they killed her.
I swear it's in that rose. It's in that
It's
wooden
in that
rose.
wooden rose. And that's what I said. Other parts in the wooden rose. The black box, the wooden rose, and Elaine's chest, I think.
What if her heart turned to stone?
Perhaps. Because I think that Koshi wanting Azriel, I think that that's why she turned her attention to Azriel and off of Lucian. I don't think it's because she actually wants him. I think it's because Koshi is using her as a pawn to get
As a
to
puppet.
Azriel.
As a puppet.
I also think that shadow singers descend from Koshi because I don't know if you noticed, but in the scene where, he's trying to save Eris and Cassian from him or whatever, Koshi's like not talking to, but Koshi's like kind of communicating with his shadows like a shadow singer. Koshi's
Yes.
shadows act faster than Azriel's. So that's why
What
Azriel
if,
has to grab Eris and fly.
what if that's his actual father? What if Az is like a god of death?
Well, Azriel is the angel of death in the Bible. And
Like,
I actually have a headcanon that his last name is Erebus, which is also like god of darkness, god of the underworld. But I
that'd be
think
so.
I think that shadow singers descend from Koshi the same way that thunderbirds descend from Apollyon.
What about light singers? Would they descend from?
I don't know, we really haven't seen anything with like light powers. I mean, again, I guess it's not really confirmed that Gwen's a light singer, but
I thought it was canon that Gwen was a light singer.
mm-mm. She did glow when she was singing those ancient songs, but I can't tell if it was because the songs were a spell or whether it was just Gwen's actual power. It's not confirmed. Because
Well, what
Gwen
is what?
says in because Gwen says in the library, like, nobody goes under level 7, because Bryaxis was down there or whatever. And then she says later on, she's like, Clotho found these ancient songs below level 7 that she wants us to sing, so I guess we're singing them. They're not even in our language, but sure, they're in the old language, which is what Crescent City uses. And that's what they sang, and that's what lured Nesta to the harp, which is why I've been saying that I think Clotho is the mother.
I think so too, or at least one of the mothers.
Or like like an agent of the mother or whatever you want to call it. And I also said that I think the priestess scent that Baxian picked up in Erd's temple in the secret stairwell was Meryl working for Clotho. Because it would be, if Clotho was the mother, she would be Erd. That would be her temple. She would be
That's
sending her right-hand woman to go
oh,
spying on different worlds. And that's why Meryl knows all about the different worlds.
she would know Cormac. And the reason why she's taken a liking to Gwen is because Gwen is Cormac's little sister.
Or she doesn't like Cormac. That's why she's picking on Gwen.
Oh, that's true. Because he's like, I am nerdy and I want to look at all the books. Get out of the books. This is restricted.
I'm like, what? I mean, I don't know. It was just weird because they get attacked in Erd's temple. They find the secret stairwell, and Baxian's like, I sent like a priestess husband here. Like, it smells like a priestess, right? And
What does
then
it smell like? Like soap? Like, I don't know why soap, but I just think like soap.
soap. That's what I was thinking.
Soap?
Like
Like,
lavender or some shit. But
like fresh linen?
yeah, robes. It smells like priestess robes. They've been doing laundry in here. But I 100% think it's Meryl, but I need to know why she is so awful to Gwen. She's like, you nymph, you nymph. Like, she's awful to her. I'm like, you're working for the mother. And the mother, or Clotho, wants Gwen to be happy. You're her right-hand person, and you're awful to her.
Have you ever noticed that for some reason in Perithian, like there's like this, like for whatever reason, there's like this racism towards nymphs? Because in Akamath, the Farah helps the nymphs, and the nymphs are like, we didn't exactly plan our financial
Oh no,
thing.
those were the water wraiths. Those were different.
Oh, I thought
But
they were nymphs.
no, they were wraiths. But Amryn says, you know what Amryn says about the water nymphs? Water nymphs, not wraiths. She says that a passing water nymph told her what Amarantha did to Narbin.
That's true. Are they like otters? Are they like the otters?
She's like,
Oh
they
my
gave me the
God.
message, and I'm like, first of all, bitch, when have you been to the sea? when? When did this happen?
Summer court, when they went to the summer court, since she was banging the summer
Oh,
court prince,
Varian.
maybe they were doing some nasty in the sea, and then a water nymph is
That
like,
makes
what are you
sense,
doing?
actually. That makes sense.
Like, what are you doing? How is he fitting inside you? You're so tiny. Oh, by the way, I found some gossip. Bleh.
I know. Amarantha threw Narbin into the sea. So I wonder, actually, because we know that Amryn also has secrets. What if the nymph actually told her that Lucian picked up Narbin? And she just doesn't want to tell anybody for some reason? Because she's like, Amarantha probably just destroyed it. Like, she wanted to get off the topic real
She
fast.
there's a lot of topics she wants to get off, she wants to get away from. And I notice Moore does the same thing. They're a lot alike, and they frequently fight, which is funny to me.
Reese was like, you ruined my favorite house. They reduced my favorite house to cinders. I'm like, oh, your
You have
sixth or seventh house.
4 more houses.
I know.
How paying the mortgage?
He doesn't have to. He's a cajillionaire.
Right.
But wouldn't it? I don't know. I feel like I don't know. It's just weird because like Gwen is part nymph,
Yeah.
and if she's, which we still have to get back to, but if she's Eris's daughter, that would link her to Lucian as Lucian's niece. And if Lucian has Narbin, I don't know. Like, I feel like everyone is somehow related, and
It's weird.
it's weird.
It's like an it's like Alabama family reunion.
Cormac literally says siblings used to marry siblings, cousins used to marry cousins.
Very Targaryen.
When he's fucking pissed at Rune and he's like, why don't you two just get married to like him and Bryce, and they get so mad at him.
He was so spicy about
He
it.
was so, yeah, he was very ragey in that. I was like, Cormac. Yeah.
There's that autumn court.
I'm like, so everyone is related, basically. At least, at the very least, the autumn court and the night court are cousins, and the autumn court and the spring court are cousins. And the dusk court and the night court are obviously closer cousins.
I feel like Dawn
and the day court is mixed in there because we got the sun sigil on the dread trove and Helion being affected by the mask.
And Dawn.
I don't know. Well, we haven't
Dawn
really gotten
is kind of its own thing.
Huh?
Dawn is kind of like its own thing.
Dawn
but
is like the true neutral. Reese is like, oh, they're true neutral. They're
Sweden.
Yeah.
Or is Switzerland.
They're Switzerland.
Switzerland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like, we'll just go with whatever keeps us safe and happy. They don't care. Yeah, but yeah, we don't really know a lot about Dawn, but I do find it weird. Olivia brought this up the other day. I do find it weird that the half of the Book of Breathings was hidden in the summer court of all courts. Was it just because that's the only court that isn't even remotely starborn? They're like, keep this shit away from the starborn people.
Right? Like,
keep it away from them.
Why not in winter and encase it in like an iceberg or like an ice cave or like Elsa's castle or something? Why
I don't
let it
know.
go to summer?
I think Sarah was just like, the summer court would be pretty, and I want to describe it. So let's put the Book of Pretty Things there under the waves, because that makes sense. But also, again, I'll get to the Gwen and Sangrova thing, but Meryl, when she said, "Oh, do you know who I am, girl? I'm descended from the Lord of the West Wind or God of the West Wind."
Zephyr?
No, she says the name. Hold on.
No, but
She says the name. Hold on, Meryl.
that's the name of West Wind, I think. Either West or East. I want to say it's West. Zephyr.
She is the right hand of Clotho and a fiercely demanding scholar. No shit, she's the right hand of Erd. That's why she's stressed the fuck out, because she's told to fucking world walk every 2 seconds to spy on all these little 20-year-old punks. And she's like, I'm fucking done with this.
She is so done with Cormac. She's like, I'm not letting this punk get in. He doesn't have ID. He's underage.
But it's also funny because it says Meryl looks surprisingly young and stunningly beautiful. She has white hair, brown skin, and violet eyes.
Violet?
Well, it says Nesta describes her as white hair the same color as fresh snow, light brown skin, and eyes the color of a twilight sky. Dusk.
So she's one of the three-faced goddesses.
And that would make sense if Clotho was Erd. And is this why Clotho glamours herself to have no tongue? Because she would literally speak shit into existence? Or out of existence? That was my little theory.
That's true.
Eye color, Twilight Sky. Meryl has a bully-like personality where she intimidates the other priestesses in the library. She demands a high standard from Gwen to the point that she does not want to displease her. She speaks and commands the wind. She is a descendant of Rabath, Lord of the Western Wind.
I would have thought it was Zephyr.
Rabath, also known as Lord of the Western Wind, is an ancestor of Meryl.
Western Winds. Oh, Hybrid?
Or another Asteri? Because remember how Amryn is terrified to talk freely about getting out of the prison, and she's telling the whole inner circle. She's like, the stones and the wind and everything are going to report back. She was terrified. So, one, she fucking knew about Vesperus, and nobody can convince me otherwise.
She's terrified of Vesperus too.
It was Vesperus, because she's like, she says she says they will hear from the stones and the wind that whisper back to them, and they will remember that they haven't caught me yet.
A plural them, not a singular them.
So I'm like, was she talking about Vesperus and Lanthis? But she like talks about Lanthis later, so I don't think it was Lanthis. I 100% believe it was Vesperus and Koshi, Rabath, whoever the fuck. We don't know how many other Asteri are out there.
How much jewelry can we give her in order to get the tea? Because that's the only way that Reese has been able to find out shit.
And you cannot tell me that it was not her idea to send Azriel and Nesta after Bryce in those fucking catacombs. Because Azriel is the person who spies on her, and she doesn't really like Nesta all that much.
She doesn't, despite being a mentor to Nesta. It's just like.
But also, can we give a shout out? Can we give a shout out to Nesta real quick? Because I feel like people forget that she has killed 3 different Asteri at this point.
He
She
took
sawed
that
off
like
Hybern's head. She sawed off Hybern's head, right?
Yeah.
We did not get his blood color, which she does that often. We didn't get Amarantha's, we didn't get Hybern's, and we didn't get the Asteri of Midgard, except for Polaris. But she beheads Hybern, falls to the
Yeah.
ground. She beheads Lanthus. Black blood spurts everywhere, and his body and his head fall in different directions. She beheads Vesperus. Black blood. Her body and her head separate. So they were basically the same being. They were both Asteri. Amarantha. Amarantha fucking beheaded by Tamlin's jaws after which I pointed out, he stabbed her through the head.
Yes. And then
And then ripped her
ripped
throat
out her
out.
throat. Yeah.
So,
And part of her jaw was missing.
yeah. He made sure she was dead, which is why I always think it's funny, because is that the only way you can kill an Asteri? Is either by either beheading them or, ruining their brain, basically. Because both times, when Nesta kills Lanthus and Nesta kills Vesperus, she stabs them in the head.
I was so angry how easily Hybern killed the Weaver. He literally just walked up to her and went, "I'm a chiropractor. Oops.
How pretty you are." And she was like,
How pretty you
"Kneel,
are."
bitch." See, she was like, "Kneel, bitch." So he was a lesser Asteri. He was a Valg. Because I've been saying, I think there's hierarchies.
Yeah.
So I think
we need to know more about Valg culture, and I feel like Sarah has given us so much, and it's like we still don't know.
Well, here's my ranking. I think it's Tog gods, ruling Asteri, and then lesser Asteri / Valg, and then all the creatures and monsters or whatever. I think, or actually, Tog gods, ruling Asteri, death gods, Valg. Because the Weaver tells him, kneel as it was done before. So we know that they're also Asteri, Daglin, whatever. They make mention of that. And yeah, he snaps her neck. But Feyre does note, which, again, how the fuck does Feyre know any of this, right? Unless Rhys told her off page, but how does she know this? She says, "Oh, the Weaver wouldn't have died, but, then he threw her body to all of his hellhounds and they ripped her to shreds, and that's how she died." She would have just recovered like a fucking zombie if he didn't throw her to the hounds.
It's just dark.
That's why he threw her to the hounds.
Ew. He did a Ramsey.
He went all up and personal and was like, vampire neck snap.
It was just rude. He just goes over and goes.
Just oh my god, yeah. But the mirror between Vesperus saying, "Kneel to your creator," and the Weaver saying, "Kneel as it was done before," and then Vasa saying in Akasif, Koshi wants to rule these lands as it was once done before. He wants to take control as it was once done before. And we know that he's the older brother of the Bone Carver and the Weaver.
Twin.
So we know he's an Asteri, but here's the power dynamic, because the Bone Carver, they were younger brother, younger sister, but the Bone Carver was terrified of Koshi. He's like, "Do not tell my siblings I'm here. I do not want them remembering my existence."
He's like, "I'm cool with being this and carving
I'm cool,
bones.
safe here. I'm safe. I'm safe from him." That's why I was like, oh, fuck. Koshi is going to be a doozy of a villain if his own brother is terrified of him. His own brother is in a steri, and he's terrified of him.
Meanwhile, the Weaver is just like, la, 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 la.
I will
la,
eat
la.
your skin and bones and hair and melted flesh.
I'm gonna turn everything
See,
into
again,
my.
that's why I say that they're the same species, but they're like branches of the same species, because you have the Asteri who literally just, feed off of souls, and then and souls and magic and that stuff. And then you have the death gods, which are a branch, but they have individualized nutrition. So, like, the Weaver was getting her life, her youth, from eating whole bodies. The Bone Carver was getting it from, I don't know, the energy inside of bones or whatever, carving sins. And then Koshi, we have no idea what he wants the females
He
for.
saw prophecy through bone carving, though. He was a seer.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing about the Weaver. I just thought of it. Remember that song, that folktale song from
I
Nostalgia?
cannot fucking crack that riddle for the life of me.
That's the harp. Granted, it's a viol, and a viol
Ew.
is like
I always said it was Tamlin's fiddle.
I thought it was Tamlin's fiddle too, but I think it's the harp. I
But
think it's part of the dead trove.
well, I mean, it could be, but the only reason why I think it was Tamlin's fiddle is because we know that the Spring Court has always been connected to the Asteri and the Valk. Because
Especially the Starlight Pool.
the Starlight Pool, his father being besties with Hybern and Amarantha, just the whole pattern of awful people in Spring being connected to them. So where did he get the violin from? If his father was so awful, who was gifting him a violin?
His mom?
Perhaps. I don't know. His mom was the shapeshifter. I'm going to put that out there again. His mom was the shapeshifter. His father was not, but I don't think that his mother told anybody but Tamlin, because his father's entire court abandoned him for being a beast.
Yeah.
Oh, crap, I gotta plug my computer in. Hold on. Hold on, 2 seconds.
The Weaver's cottage wasn't far from the Spring Court, was it?
It's in the middle, where, curiously enough, the witches hailed from. At least the bloodthirsty ones that would eat young women and children for lifeblood, which are Valg. It's just like the Weaver. Just like the Weaver. And if you remember, Vesperus wanted them to spare her so she could go live in the middle.
Vesperus was a witch. Interesting.
Or she created the witches, just like she created the Illyrians.
Oh, that would make
Mm-hmm.
sense.
I think the middle is where the Asteri were doing their creative little experiments, and
The middle is, I remember from, I want to say it was Akatar. The middle is neutral ground.
yeah, it was. Well, it was supposed to be sacred ground,
Sacred.
which the Asteri would be like, oh, it's our sacred ground, because that's where Under the Mountain is. It was the sacred mountain, which I voice noted Olivia, and I was like, Under the Mountain is literally fucking Morath. Like Tog. Like, that's where they were doing all their experiments. That's where they created the Illyrians. That's where they created witches. Under the Mountain was a mountain used to create things like Morath was in Tog when they created the
Eris
wyverns.
talks about it. Eris talks about the tunnels underneath the mountain. Under the mountain. He talks about the tunnels under the mountain. Oh,
I can't wait to get everybody's POV of Under the Mountain. If she does not go back and do their POV of Under the Mountain, I'm going to be so mad. Tamlin's, Eris's, because even Feyre is like, what did Eris endure under the mountain for 49 years? What data did this man collect? Because he's the sneaky little snake that's gonna have his ears and eyes open 24/7 for information to use to
Wouldn't he
barter
have
with.
shadow hounds?
He has smoke hounds.
Well, yeah, his smoke hound. But like Reese had the shadow race. Wouldn't Eris have the smoke hounds?
Yeah. And I actually think that I've said this before, but I think that the smoke hounds are the original wild hunt hounds.
That makes sense.
That's why they're really hard to breed, and that's why the Autumn Court will not let them out of their court. They're super expensive and super rare, and the Autumn Court keeps them all to themselves. They will not allow them to be sold. And Cassian's like, they're supposedly super rare, but Eris has 12 of them. Eris and his
Arrogant as
wild
smoke
hunt.
puppies. His little smoke puppies.
But I had a theory that I was telling her that I said, if Eris and Moore were mates, that makes sense because Eris has the wild hunt hounds. And I
Yes.
think that Moore stumbling upon that mansion in Valahan, which I don't believe for any amount of seconds, has rare breeds of horses. They're fucking Asterian horses, like from
Yes.
Tog. Asterian horses.
Yes.
So,
I think so.
and Lanthus, as an Asteri, rode at the head of the wild hunt.
I think that was the noise she heard in Aquafas.
Perhaps.
And then she met Eris there, and Eris was freaking out, like, our son is trying to come back. What are we gonna do? How's my baby girl?
Cormac was 100% the shadow. I will not let that go. There was time slippage. We know that they fall through time, and I will say it and I will argue it for the end of time. I will argue with anybody. They fall through time. Aelin was the fucking past. She fell through time. She saw the futures of the worlds.
Cormac would be the future, wouldn't he?
Well, it depends on like which timeline. So for Aelin, she would be seeing. I think Aelin saw the future of all the worlds she passed through after like a major Asteri war. So for Prithian, it would have been after the Highburn War because she saw Feyre pregnant. And for Crescent City, I think she saw Crescent City in the state that it will be in Crescent City 4, post the Asteri War. Because it was like, she was like a sparkling river and great glittering city or whatever. And I'm like, so the water's doing all good then? You're all good? No more parasite?
No more parasite. Everything's in tip-top order. No
Good?
pollution.
You're all good? Your ancestor helped get rid of the Asteri, Aelin. You should be so proud.
They're going green.
Descendant, I mean, not ancestor. Descendant, Lydia.
They're going green. Everybody's recycling. No more demons. They just put the demons in the recycling bin. Like yesterday. Gosh, great. Let's clean up the bone quarter.
I want to mention quickly about Clotho again that I feel like I always repeat myself because I've been saying the same things forever, but until people start to realize, I will keep repeating myself. But when when Asriel visits Gwen in the bonus chapter, right? The whole Gwenriel thing. The whole necklace debacle, right?
It was a rose.
It was. It was. But he is like, I should just return it to the Palace of Thread and Jewels, all of this stuff. And Gwen actually mentions to the girls during their sleepover when she brings the charms to the sleepover, she says, "Oh, like it took me a while to like find the charms or whatever." Gwen doesn't leave the library. And Asriel has been around the Palace of Thread and Jewels. I wonder who got the charms for her.
Or she had gone and she was distracted. It took me forever to find them because I was so distracted looking at Asriel.
Can you imagine if Asriel went with her? I would love for that to happen, but Gwen claims that she didn't leave the library, unfortunately. Yet. She will. She will.
She's getting better.
She's getting there. But I thought that was a cool tidbit. And when Asriel goes to Clotho and is like, "Oh, give this to Gwen or whoever, whatever priestess wants it or whatever," Clotho says,
So it's
"Oh,
like, you
this
should give
is
it to Gwen.
this is a part of the reason why I think she's Erd, why I think she's the mother, because she looks at it, right? And she says, 'Oh, Gwen deserves something as beautiful as this.'" Now everyone assumes that she's talking about the necklace, right? But the fucking box was closed. So how the fuck did she know what was in it? How does she know what was in it? That it's beautiful? Could have been an ugly ass fucking brooch or something. How did she know? Because I don't think she was talking about the necklace. I think she was talking about their mate bond.
She's like, I'm gonna give you a little gift.
Yeah. Gwen deserves something as beautiful as this. And that's right after she calls him out and she's like, "You look sad, Shadow Singer." And he's like, "Oh, I lost the snowball fight." And she's like, "Bitch, you lying." You lying to me. He knows he's like, she's probably giving me a look under her robe because she's like, "It ain't the
I think
snowball
the
fight."
shadows were like, hey,
Hey.
Mama thinks that we're lying.
But you have to remember that Clotho was the one that told the Nesta, because Nesta was about to take the sign-up sheet down, remember? She's like, "Oh, like wait another day or two." And literally the next day, Gwen signs up. Gwen signs up for training, which leads her to being trained by Asriel.
Wait, okay. So I remember, I want to say it was Akamath where Feyre met Clotho, but I can't remember how that went down. Do you remember?
Yes, they were looking for information on Highburn for the war.
And Clotho kind of saw Feyre and went,
Yeah. She was, see, for someone like super traumatized, she was like kind of fierce. Because Feyre
yeah,
was like, "Oh, she was holding all those things, like even with her broken hands and blah blah blah," and I was like, she can still do shit.
yeah, she's
She's not
not like,
like, she's still a person, Feyre. Calm down.
yeah.
And then Clotho like mentions, or not mentions, but like motions to like level 5 or whatever the hell.
But like,
However,
if Clotho is Mother Erd, and if Rhys and Feyre are actual factual mates, did Clotho give any? I can't remember. Did Clotho give any inclination that it was so, or
no, but she did tell them on which level to find the book, and then Feyre subsequently got attacked by Bryaxis.
that's awesome? She's like,
Gwen's
I
like,
see.
"Nobody goes below level 7," and Clotho's like, "It's on level 5, bitch."
That's why I don't think, because if Clotho is Erd, and she's like, Asriel, when is your mate?
Yeah. She deserves something as beautiful as, like, she was pushing him to give the necklace to Gwen. And yet
And
we
she was
never
nice
see her
to-
wearing it.
She was nice to Nesta too.
Yeah.
But like to Farrah, she's like, "No, fuck you, bitch, level 5." They're not mates.
And also, this was also after she was talking to Reese about Briaxis, because he like asks or like follows up or whatever, like, oh, like, does it leave you alone or whatever? And she's like, well, basically Reese is explaining how it's like your worst nightmare or whatever, which is like your beast form. So it's like whatever.
His
But
projected
Clotho
his
says to him, she says, oh, I think that it knows that all of us have already lived our worst nightmares. So like it can't affect them because they already lived their worst nightmares.
Is she connected to the Ouroboros?
I don't know. But then I find it funny because Farrah goes down there and she makes buddy buddy with it. She's like, oh, don't eat me. But by the way, want to make a bargain?
She's like, "Here's a bone. You're so cute. You're a good puppy. You're a good
Did-
shadow puppy."
Did you see my Briaxis theory? I don't know if you did or not.
I may have. My head has been
It's
like
a lot.
theory.
How I said that I think Briaxis was a Stygian spider.
That would explain why Cassian freaks out.
Yeah,
He's
a horse-sized spider.
aside from the fact that he's very dramatic,
And he has
he's
allergies.
horrible. He has my allergies.
He's
allergic
the
to my-
basic boy. He has the spring allergies. He's afraid of spiders.
Oh,
But
I
not just the horse-sized spider, but also the little guard spiders that Stygian spiders have around them, which I don't think Farrah saw. But my proof was that, just to recap real quick, because I said this on the last episode, but my proof was that Fair's bargain with it, how like he's like, I want a window or whatever. He did not specify what type of window, and Farah is not well versed enough in Fey bargains.
or
Even though
riddles.
Alice is like, don't ever make a bargain. They can be like so worded that blah 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 blah. So I think that the window that Bryaxis was alluding to was a rift out of Prithian.
A
Because
portal.
and then Asriel says, oh, perhaps it left this world. Asriel, what?
What did your shadows tell you, buddy?
But also, what I find funny is that Stygian spiders, when they make a bargain with someone, like they made a bargain with, what the hell was his name?
Kale? No, it
No,
wasn't
begin
Kale.
with an F. Oh, Falcon.
Yeah,
Falcon
Falcon.
NR. Falcon NR. And, for Falcon wanted the spider silk, and, the spider took whatever years of his life off for whatever. But they also mentioned that the Stygian spider, the female Stygian spider in Tog, made a deal with a shapeshifter, which I think Falcon was a shapeshifter, made a deal with a shapeshifter and could then take that shapeshifter's form.
Isn't that what happened with Lysandra?
I don't know. Well, no, I think she was born.
Falcon was Lysandra's uncle.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't get that far. I just read the wiki. Honestly, I don't know yet. I know.
Right.
It's fine. No, it's fine. I don't care about spoilers. But the Stygian spider could then shapeshift after making the deal with Falcon. So I found it funny that Bryaxis showed up as a fucking swirl of shadows and not as its real self. And
What
also,
if Elaine and the spiders. If she's a shapeshifter,
Creepy.
what if she has spider power? What if she's Spider-Man?
Well, I was thinking, so Azrael's not afraid of the dark.
No,
He was, because, you know, he already
was Bane.
faced that nightmare as a
was Bane.
child in his father's dungeon. That was his worst nightmare, right? So he wouldn't be affected by Bryaxis. So I wonder if Azrael ever made a deal with Bryaxis. And because Az is a shadow singer, that's why Bryaxis presents as a swirl of shadows.
Notice how Reese didn't like Bryaxis. Reese hasn't made peace with his Volg self. Again, that's what
Worst
Nesta.
nightmares. His worst nightmare would be his Valg overcoming him, and it has not done that yet, which is hilarious.
I'm saying him and Nesta are true mates, at least Volg-wise.
Valg-wise.
Volg-wise,
But also, Maja, fucking Maja the healer, who's like 5 million trillion years old with all the wrinkles. I think that she's been making the deal with the spider for spider silk, and that's how she's healing their wings so well. Just like Abraxos's wings.
that would make sense.
Because I proved it. I proved it. The last episode I pulled up the quotes when Azrael and Cassian are in the sun and like their wings are splaying or whatever, and it says it gleams like red and gold. And if you look up like spider silk, it says it gleams in the sun.
Yeah.
And like it said like the stark scars down Azrael's wings or whatever. I was like, she fucking fixed them with spider silk. That's why she looks so ancient. That's how she's still alive and looks that ancient.
Wait a minute, does that mean Farah's her hoo-ha has spider silk?
No, but like why the fuck didn't they just break why didn't they just break Nyx's wings? Like if you can repair, like they're soft and bendy-ish when they're not super soft, not like feathers, but you know, they're more soft.
Membranian.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
they're softer than like a full-grown bat boy's wings with the talons.
Yeah. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I just
But I'm like,
still...
what deal would Azrael have to make with Bryaxis in the past? That's what I want to know.
Maybe it has something with more.
Unless
Or Eris.
Unless his mother told him where, like way back when, like I thought, what if his mother told him where Truth Teller was? Because it would have been a family heirloom of the Starborn. We know that he's part of that line.
Yeah.
What if his mother told him where it was, how to get it, because she wanted him to protect himself as a young boy? I always said, like, how come it wouldn't be with like Vesperis's coffin? Like, because she's like, oh, I gave the knife to Annelius, and like it was kind of like her knife, which is like the Star Sword being with Peleus's tomb, and the other thing being with what's his face's tomb. And now I'm just like, what if Truth Teller was at the bottom of the pit? What if Azrael had to make a bargain with Bryaxis to wield Truth Teller, to get Truth Teller?
That's true.
He gave him some shadow singing powers to get the knife. There's no way Bryaxis isn't guarding a rift to hell. There's no way.
Definitely. And I think when Nesta went down to the 7th floor and she felt something that felt like a cat. Adis.
That's exactly what Olivia said. She's like, I said, I'll do you one better, because not only did it say that a cat was there, it also said unending darkness was there, which is Apollyon, and they're always fucking together. It's always Adis and Apollyon making fun of Thanatos, their little brother, who is so done with their antics.
He's
And
just like,
Thanatos is in Hewn City.
I'm just so if
He's in Hewn
Bryce
City
and
waiting for the
Nesta
Goshi War.
are like if Bryce and Nesta are like soul sisters and Bryce is the reincarnation of Thea and Ada's rubs up against Nesta, it's kind of like, I know who you are. Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, because Adis is like, oh, you have Thea's starlight or whatever, and that's why he's like, you're her descendant. Like, that's why he was nice to Bryce, because he's like, you're kind of a part of Thea. Um, so
But Nesta is like Deanna or Luna.
who, yeah, Deanna was such a fucking bitch.
She was.
But I do find it funny that she also pointed.
Yes.
I said Deanna pointed, Hybern pointed, Nesta pointed. There was someone else who pointed. I had it in my notes, but I'm not gonna go fishing for it right now. But like all these Asteri-like people pointed as threats. Oh, Koshi, duh. Koshi pointed at Breland and Cassian to winnow them. He winnowed them with a point of his finger. He's super powerful. I'm afraid for everybody.
What if he's Witch King?
What if he's
'Cause
what if he's the original Asteri? That's what I was
what
thinking.
if he's the original Witch King?
He could be
What
any.
if he was the king of the Valkyries? That's why he collects girls and makes them swans.
Perhaps. Like, what is the point of making them swans, though? Like, I don't. Bothers me.
Swans are they can be mean. They're kind of like geese.
Yeah.
They can be really mean, really squawky,
Yeah.
but they are also very graceful. And it's like,
Yeah.
that's what I think of Valkyries. They're very
Yeah.
fierce. They're warriors, but they're also very graceful.
Perhaps.
And they sing pretty songs.
Yeah. It bothers me that like she doesn't flesh this stuff out. Like who was the king of the Valkyries? Who, Sarah? Who? I personally believe that I think I told you earlier. I personally believe that Hybern Island used to be where the Valkyries worked out of, and their king used to be there. And when he came and like killed everybody on the island and took over with all of his Valk people, um, they kind of just not disbanded, but they had to move to other territories. And that's why when Cassian is recounting the Valkyries, he tells them like, oh, like they came from all over. They came from all different courts and the continent and all of this stuff. Like Valkyries were just from all over Prithian. But they had a king. How did they have a king if they were from all over Prithian?
It's very Croken coded because the Krokens only had, what was it, a prince or a king? And it was every so often there would be a Croken prince. And so that's what made me think, like, is it like the Witch Kingdom? Is that what the Witch Kingdom is? Did the Croken Prince?
Unless she's
But
gonna
also
make
too,
Cassian the prince.
I hope not. He
I
can't lead him out of a paper bag.
like he's a brute warrior, but that's who he is. What concerns me is that Sarah J. Maas was trying way, 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 way too fucking hard in Akasif to fit him into the fire wielder box when he is not. Way too hard. Oh, when she
Very
was crying,
similar.
he warmed up the room, and oh, his siphons burned like ruby flame, and oh, blah, blah, blah. Like, she was trying to compare him to fire so often. I'm like, he's not fire. Like, you look ridiculous right now. You're trying to fit him into the box, and it's not working. You're trying to fit a square into a circle hole. It's not working, Sarah. Stop comparing him to fire when he has nothing to do with fire.
Stop trying to make fetch happen.
Stop. 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 Every time a fire comparison came up, I internally cringed. And it was so often. I'm like, at this point, just have her marry Eris. Like, if you want her with a fire wielder, literally just have her marry Eris. Come on.
Besides, like, Reese is terrified of fire. If Cassian was wielding fire.
Right? Come on. I think she was honestly trying to bring back the dresser drawer, which, okay. But that was orange flames, not silver flames. And Cassian does not have fucking flames. I don't care what you say. If he comes up with special fire powers, I'm going to be so mad. We have enough. We have enough Autumn Court people. Use them.
Yeah.
Come on. We have Lady Autumn. We have Baron. We have Gwen. We have Lucian. We have Eris. We do not need Cassian to be compared to fire. Stop. Please stop. Please. I just got so mad every time. Every time she tried it. I was like, you look like a clown, Sarah. Cassian is not flames. Stop trying.
She was trying to make fetch happen, and it's like, no, stop.
No.
Like, why can't he be the Lord of Snow and win the snowball fight?
What the fuck? Oh my god, what the fuck is his scent? Isn't it it's like embers.
What?
That's why, yeah, his scent was embers and fucking something. Like, she was trying so hard.
Ugh.
So hard. And I'm like, it is not working.
I would think he would smell like sweat, BO.
I know. I'm like, Cassian reeks the most out of all of them. Come on.
I have not seen him take a shower in that.
Someone said he smells like big dick energy.
Ew.
Okay, here it
Which
is.
is also sweaty.
Snow-kissed wind and crackling embers. How the fuck does that even compute?
So he smells like the love child of Roalen.
Yeah. Which makes no sense still. Because that would be Tamlin and the Autumn Court.
That's so weird.
It's so annoying. Yep, snow-kissed wind and crackling embers. No. No! I will not accept that.
I can imagine him smelling like snow-capped winds and BO, but not embers. Maybe a fart or two.
I do, however, know that Feyre smells like pear and lilac, and Tamlin smells like cedar and lilac.
And grass.
And fresh cut grass. And sometimes the smell of petrichor after it rains.
He smells amazing. He smells like
so he
smells like
someone listed them
shower.
out. Someone listed them out, and I love this. We have slaved over the scents. You have no idea. We have slaved over their scents so many times, and we can't make it line up. We can't make it fit. Rowan is pine and snow. Tamlin is lilac, cedar, and something earthy. At the very least, the night court adds up. Just the night court adds up. Because Moore is citrus and cinnamon. And again, cinnamon is an autumn court thing, but citrus and cinnamon, and Reese is citrus and sea. Citrus and the sea. Which, okay.
Doesn't he also smell like Belvedere?
I have no idea. It just says citrus and the sea. I have no idea. Bryce smells like lilac and nutmeg. All the lilac. Aelin smells like jasmine, lemon verbena, and crackling embers. The night court.
Amazing.
The night court smells like lemon verbena. Weird. Cassian smells like crackling embers and snow-kissed wind. Elaine smells like jasmine and honey. You cannot tell me that is not a day court smell.
Right.
Honey is such a day court.
Our golden girl.
Azriel is night chilled mist and cedar, which I think is hilarious because I have been nonstop bothering Olivia with voice notes about how I'm like, she's purposely making connections between Azriel and Tamlin, and I don't understand why. And I'm like, wait, aren't their scents almost the same too? And they are. They both have cedar. And you know who else has cedar? Hunt, rain, and cedar. Just like Tamlin. None of these make sense.
No, they don't.
Dorian smells like the sea and a winter morning. What even? I don't know. Sigrid smelled like snow and embers. Nesta smells like steel, fire, and a winter sunrise.
So
I
she
mean,
was Pittsburgh.
I mean, steel and fire, I mean, that kind of makes sense, but that's what I'm saying, where she's literally trying to fit Cassian into the fire box and it's not working.
Ugh,
Elide smells like cinnamon and elderberries.
that would smell good.
That smells good. Ember was honeysuckle and nutmeg. And I'm never gonna let go of the fact that I will never believe that Ember is fully human. I just won't. I won't.
She has something.
She
Blood.
needs to take one of those fucking Fey antidotes. She needs to take it. Even if she
Like,
does,
why
even
would
if she needs to take it.
why was she chosen? Because she was hot?
Oh, she was 18. Like, don't even get me started on fucking Einar Danon and his whole storyline. He makes no fucking sense.
Yeah.
Because Rune's like, oh, well, if he didn't know his father so well, he would have thought his relationship with Ember Quinlan nothing short of like a defiance of the, I don't know, not patriarchy, but like a defiance of the rules of the Fae or whatever the fuck he says.
Yeah.
Because she was fully human, really? That just because she was a hot teenager? I don't.
Like, that's
The fact that he's the one with the orreries and all of this fucking history and the big journal of shit. There is no way. There is no way. Her name is Ember. Come
yeah,
on.
like, not original.
Her name is Ember. She looks exactly like Helion. Same skin color, same eye color, same hair color as Helion. Elaine's scent is jasmine and honey. Ember's scent is honeysuckle and nutmeg.
What if she's like Elaine in the changeling theory?
Hmm. Well, I don't know. I mean, they don't look alike at all.
No, but
But
what if they have similar backstories?
perhaps. I did a fanfic before CC3 came out of what I thought was going to happen, and obviously it did not happen, but I did a fanfic of basically post CC2 ending where Fury, which shocker, she doesn't really show up in CC3 except for that one fucking babysitting scene. But she shows up at Ember's house and she's like, we need to go and help Bryce and blah, blah, blah. And basically, Ember goes back to her closet and she takes out this big glass box covered in velvet and she unveils it, and it is her Daycourt princess crown. And that she has been hiding forever because she is a mortal presenting half fae and never told anybody. And that's why Bryce is so powerful and has the most starborn, because we know that Helion's line is starborn. And we also
Yes.
know that Einar Danon's line was Starborn. And Olivia goes, I think about that scene in your fanfic daily. She's like, I can see it in my head like a movie playing out where she like pushes the clothes to the side and she takes
That's how I feel about
from the
chapter
top shelf.
Lauren Eris. Like, that is totally what happened. That's how they made Corvette.
So I wrote it that Ember was actually the bastard child of Helian's mother. And it actually goes pretty well with Cassian's your mom joke with Helian when he's like, oh, I was fucking your mom. And Helian's like, oh, that's a good one.
Oh my God.
So, yeah. Yeah.
I love it.
And she's like, I knew I would never like really be accepted there, blah, 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 because, you know, her husband didn't want me there and all this stuff and whatever. And she's like, recruited um I recruited Adis to take me to Midgard because like she learned all this stuff with the Fae and what. But anyways, I wrote like a whole little one shot about it, and I was like so proud of it. You have no idea. And like Fury was the badass in it, and Randall was like, "That's my girl."
I love Randall. And I love the fact that Ember gave like Nesta like the true mom hug. Like she's like, so this is what it's like to have a mom that
Oh
cares about
I
I,
love
I,
it. I loved it so much.
uh,
I'm gonna be so mad if she keeps Ember a fucking human. There's no way that Bryce would be that powerful. No way. I
more
don't see
powerful than Rune.
exactly. There's no way. Like I do understand that the potency of the Starborn line shows up more in the females. I do understand that because it's Thea, but then Thea's line had all, aside from her daughters, had all these sons, probably to punish her from her crimes and everything. But
It was
when
one.
they're, yeah,
It
watered
was
down with the
yeah.
sons or whatever. And then so only the daughters got the potent Starborn and all of that, which leads into my theory that Reese's sister is Lauren and that she's the one that had the Starborn power and, you know, the whole mural thing that I go on and on and on and on and on about all the time. That she was, you know, Tamlin's lover and drew
I
the
love
mural.
Barry so much. It makes sense. Like,
If
why would Tamlin have all of those children's books?
the children's books, the tunics, the mural that showed the fucking portals between the peaks of Ramiel when he fucking hates the Night Court, apparently. He
And like
doesn't paint.
outside of nobody outside of the night court unless invited would know about that.
I am so convinced that um that Lauren was the one that saw the hologram first. And then she was like trying to explain it to Tamlin. And he's like, what the fuck? And she's like, I'm just gonna draw it for you. She drew the mural. And me and Olivia found this quote literally a couple weeks ago. I'm like, I don't know where our heads have been. We have read these books so often, right? Anyway, we're talking about Lauren again and how she had to be dragged out of the artist quarters by her father and how she painted the mural because I will never stop talking about that ever. So, never ever,
And
ever.
and Tamlin lost Lauren
And
twice.
Tamlin losing her
Lauren
twice. And
and
him and the Starlight pool being their spot and like him taking Feyre there was a huge step for him because you can tell in that scene like showing her the Starlight pool was a big deal.
it was a big trial of trust. Oh my God. I thought of something too. Like, so you know my crack theory on like how I Reese and Farah may not actually be mates, and Reese fate manipulated it. So his sister was an artist. Maybe while he was under the mountain and depressed because of the things with Amarantha that he had to do, what if he missed his sister
And
and was
he
more,
made Farah an artist.
well, no, like he was already an artist and he just was like, I really miss my sister. And whose sister is an artist? Nesta, his true mate. And he sees Feyre's hand through Nesta. And he's like, oh, maybe this woman is my mate. And it's like, you
Uh,
dumbass.
you
Nesta, mate, you miss your sister. What kind of Sweet Home Alabama are you on, dude?
Oh my god. I actually think that Asriel knew about Tamlin and Lauren
I
because
think so.
because I know everyone's like shipping them. I'm like, first of all, that's fucking disgusting because they're adopted siblings. Stop doing that. That's gross. Don't ship them. He's sad because she was like his little sister too, okay? But
He's
basically,
all the Bat Boys. He's the eldest out of all the three Bat Boys.
I know. And I feel like Lauren would have kind of confided in him the most because honestly, who the fuck would confide in Cassian or Reese? It's gonna be Asriel. If you're having like teenager problems and like boy problems, she's like, I'm not going to fucking Reese because he's gonna tell my dad, who already hates me, and I'm not going to Cassian because he fucks like a rabbit. He's just gonna do whatever. She's
To be
like, he's
fair,
not gonna help me.
to be fair, Pinky.
I know, I know. Oh, he probably hid that from her though. I mean, I don't
He
know.
was like the cool older brother.
I feel like Azriel would be. I feel like Azriel's really good with kids. Like the way that he helped Nyx was so cute. Like they were all living there when the sister was born. So like he knew her as a newborn. Like he knew her grow as she grew up. I
What
feel
if he
like,
was the first?
huh?
What if he was the first one to hold her?
I feel like Azriel was the brother. Like I feel like Azriel was like her favorite brother. I know that Reese is
Yeah.
like her blood brother, but Reese
He just doesn't really talk about
Reese
her.
never talks about her. He talks about his mom. He won't talk about his. He like barely talks about his sister. He's like, oh yeah,
But
her.
Az talks about her.
I know. So I feel like he was like her confidant. Like he was the big brother that she went to with this stuff, and he's a spy master. So I also think that Lauren was like, okay, this is the plan. We have to get past my brothers. And Tamlin's like, what? First of all, I
Which
can barely get past Reese. You want me to get past your spy master, brother?
she's like, it's the only way.
It's the only way. But yeah, I totally think that Azriel knew she kind of had a thing for Tamlin, which is why I think Azriel's the one that confronts him during the High Lord meeting because he's like, I got shit on you, bro. So don't be talking to my high lady like that.
Oh, I love a sassy Asriel.
Be careful how you speak about my high lady. Why? Are you going to expose his secret?
Are you going to share his diary?
You share? You care to share with the class, Azriel? That, 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 he was fucking your sister? I think that's part of the reason why they were like, oh, so first our sister fucks him and then our high lady fucks him.
What is it about this guy that
Like, what is it about this guy? But I just I want I want Reese to just eat his fucking words. Like I want her to be alive. I want her to be Lauren so badly.
there's another theory, and this one is way out there crack theory, that Feyre is actually the reincarnation of her. I don't think that's true because, first off, Rune.
First off, that would mean like Reese was mated to his sister, so no thank you.
Yeah. But also
Yeah.
like what Cormac said about how like cousins and cousins and
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
that's the only reason why I thought, but no, I think he was really depressed, really sad, and
Yeah.
he tapped into his actual mate Nesta, who also has an autistic sister, and was like, oh, like they're both the
You
firstborn, and their youngest sibling was artistic. And so like he saw Feyre through Nesta's eyes and then thought, oh, I'm just gonna send some stars, and it turns
subliminal
out to be
messages.
like the star on Ramiel, you know?
Also, can I mention, which I only caught in my last reread again? I feel like whatever. But Nesta somehow like chisels off the painting that was on their old table that Feyre drew and
Mm-hmm.
gives it to her when she comes back in Akatar
That,
to their palace.
but she didn't get the wooden rose.
I know, not that time. But she gives her painting because she knew like it was important or whatever. I don't know. I was like, huh.
Yeah.
She does eventually go back for the rose.
Oh yeah.
The thing that I get hung up on with the rose is like, how does the rose compare to both Gwen and Elaine? And I saw a really awesome post about it like months ago, and I don't think I could even find it if I wanted to try, and I forget what it said. But it was like a really thought out thing that compared the rose with both Gwen and Elaine. And it was like a really nice little thing. I wish I could find it, but it was nice. I think it was like based off that like some mythology theory or whatever, but most of them are. You know.
Also, too, the necklace was also a rose.
Mhm. Damn it, I wish
Which
I could
also,
find the post. Because it mentioned the necklace specifically. Um it was something about how like the light went through it or I don't know. But it was like a really nice post. If I find it, I'll let you know.
awesome.
Back to Sangerbo, we took a big long detour there. A little
Right.
bit too long. But anyway, how I was saying that Lucian as a young boy would try to learn his people or be around as many of the Autumn Court people as he could, and that Sangerva was the Autumn Court temple. And my proof for this is that um Gwen's mother, so we know that she was half Spring Court, half Autumn Court. The Spring Court nymphs didn't want her because she was too tame to be a nymph. And second, she was brought to the Autumn Court Forest House. Forest House, where the royals reside. And, well, royals and sentries and whatever reside. And which means Baron had to be the one to send her to Sangrava. And he wouldn't be able to send her to someone else's territory. So I think that Sangrava was between the Spring Court and the Autumn Court borders. And that's
So
where
did
he would
Lucian?
send. I think that's where he would send like the half-breeds and all the people that he hates. Basically, that's why he
So
killed Jasminda for being with Lucian, but
had
because
she had gone?
no, because Lucian mentions her village, unfortunately. Someone else had that theory on Tumblr, and they're like, no, he talks about her village and her parents' house, how they kicked him out when he was running for his life from his brothers.
Ugh.
they like turned him away, and yeah, it's awful. But Lucian does mention in Akawar that Reese has a carpet from Sangraba Temple, and he knows from the dyes and the fringe that's used. So it has to be an Autumn Court temple. How else would he know that?
I wonder if Lucian ever met Gwen.
I mean,
Like,
he
even
still
in
hasn't. He still hasn't, which I think is hilarious. Because, again, Lucian's the one with the special eye. So I think that he can probably see like familial bonds, mate bonds, things like that. So I think if he met her, he would know, like, oh, she's kin. Now, how are you kin to me? And, you know, not to mention that she's literally, aside from the eyes, she's literally the female version of Eris. She looks
yes.
exactly like him.
Yeah.
And nobody's putting this shit together. Nobody's putting this shit together at all. But so we know that for 49 years of the curse, Lucian was stuck in the spring court. Amarantha had separated the courts. They couldn't
Right.
pass through the borders after the rebellion, right? So she also, as we know, wanted to rule over Prithian as the queen. She wanted ultimate power, all of that stuff. Now,
She wanted to be queen.
yeah. So what would that accomplish if she had to rule over dead lands? We know that they all have to do a great rite every year for the magic of the lands, right? And there's no fucking way she was letting the High Lords out from under the mountain for anything, especially Baron. You know Baron would pull some shit, especially Baron. So she was sending the heirs and the sentries and all of this stuff. So my bet is that Eris had to do the great rite.
Aw.
And as we know from Gwen talking about her mother, that when her
Yeah.
mother reached that age, she participated in the great rite at Sangraba Temple. I think that's where they probably hold their rite. Like Tamlin has a cave. I think they just do it in their temple. Or near the temple,
Like on the floor.
on the temple grounds or something, right? And I think that's where, you know, the maiden was Gwen's mother, and then Eris had Gwen and Katrin with her. Whether he knows or not is to be determined. Sometimes I don't think he knows at all, and then sometimes, like with that firstborn line, it makes me a little like, does he know? And he was protecting them from Baron? Because again, he killed Jasminda for being he killed Jasminda for being lesser Fae. So
I also
to keep his
that
bloodline pure, he would kill Gwen.
Yeah.
Especially
I also
think,
I also think Cormac is the firstborn and the twins were born after.
Yeah.
With a different mama.
Yeah. Me too. But you know, I don't know if he knows about them though. That's the thing, because he was trapped under the mountain the whole time they grew up.
And
The whole time it was Amarantha's reign.
He's just estranged from his kids.
And so more proof of that is that Gwen says that her and Katrin basically like put out this, I don't know, statement poster looking for daddy fucking thing, looking for their father, and nobody responded. Because she's like, nobody came to claim two girls. So
they put it on a milk jug, like, our dad went out to get milk, please find him.
My mom fucked somebody during the great rite in autumn. Who are you? She
like
was
Mama
hidden.
Mama Mia.
Yeah. But like at the same time, I feel like they should know that it was like one of the royals. And I feel like they should know that they would have been stuck under the mountain, but I don't know. They are sheltered up there. Who knows?
They are
Who
they
knows?
are sheltered.
Or it could just be a case of I almost said Marina because that's what I named her in my fic. I've been typing Marina for so long that I'm like, her name's Marina. We don't know her name in canon. I named her Marina, but anyways, I feel like she basically was like, okay, well, he is, the High Lord's heir. The High Lord killed his youngest son's lover for being lesser fae. We are all stuck in Sangraba for being lesser fae. If I let him know that I had his children, that would basically stain the High Lord's bloodline. Will he kill my children?
Yeah.
So I think it might have been that where she just told them that nobody replied, or she just told them that she was asking around and she really wasn't. Because I
True.
feel like when Eris finds out, he's gonna be crushed.
He lost a kid. Yeah, he's gonna be mourning over Katrin.
That he didn't know his other daughter and that he literally wasn't there to raise them.
Uh
Especially because he's going to see how it affects Lucian with Helion too. And he also kept that secret from him. So he's going to have to rectify, like, okay, she kept them from me, but do I have any right to be upset when I kept it from Lucian?
his book is gonna be great.
I'm just so mad that it's going to be intertwined with Moors because I literally, like, unless she's a witch, I don't care about her.
I'm so curious about her though. Like, yeah, she has some qualities that are not great.
Only if
She's done
she's interesting. If she's gonna continue to be this backstabbing weirdo, I don't care. Like, either be a badass witch or go away. Like, be a badass character, or I literally don't give a fuck about you at
she
all.
needs like redemption arc, and when she has it, it's gonna be
She
so
needs to go
fucking.
on a fucking Prithian apology tour, is what she needs to do. She knows these truths about everybody, and she's just been using it against them the whole time, manipulating shit.
Yeah,
I hate that so much. So much.
I'm surprised why she doesn't talk to Clotho.
I know. Well, she also has to know that Gwen is Eris's daughter, and she's keeping that from him too.
Yeah,
Yep.
maybe that's wanted to volunteer and take Nesta's place so she could be like, hey, I have to tell you this because you need to know. And I don't want you to be mad at me and say I didn't do anything for you because how more would word it and be like, I know your kids. One of them is in the library,
One of them's
and
dead.
I think the other one's dead. I don't know where our son is.
Yeah. Yeah, our son is on another planet and your lover is dead and your child is dead and your other child is traumatized. But I've been winnowing her around and she's best friends with the girl you wanted to marry. So,
And meanwhile, she's mated to the guy who wanted to bone me.
oh, by the way, I know you absolutely hate Azriel and want him dead, but he's your daughter's mate. That's why I want this. I want that drama. I want them to have to make up for Gwen. I want Gwen to be that Autumn Court fiery girl that she is and be like, shut the fuck up. You're both sitting down and talking. Therapy session right now. Because Gwen would do that.
She would. And Nesta would be like,
She'll be like, I will get each of you a Pegasus if you shut the fuck up and sit down and talk things over. Because I am not dealing with this my whole life.
she'd put the sword down and be like, now look, you guys got it out.
You are my dad. You are my mate. You are no longer going to hate each other. I will not stand for this. I will not be in the middle of your chaos my entire existence. Okay?
And Emery is over here in the corner with Pop Pop.
And Nesta's like, your dad wanted to bone me. And Gwen's just gonna be like, I don't ever want to hear those words in my ears ever, Nesta. Why would you tell me that? Glaring at Eris. And he's like, I didn't know.
He's like, shit, my God. And Maury's just like, wow, so I'm not the only one who likes to fuck other people's daddies. Respect.
And Nesta's gonna be like, yeah, the difference is I didn't do it, bitch.
Oh my God.
And Azriel's gonna be like, I want no part of this narrative.
He's just like, can I go back to the House of Wind now?
He's like, I will never. And then on top of that, you just have Cassian and Reese ragging on Azriel going, how's your dad-in-law, Az? How's your father-in-law? And he's like, shut the fuck up. There's his father-in-law.
And his shadows are just like, don't judge me. Don't judge me. And they're hiding it.
They're like, as long as we have Gwen, you can deal with that shit, Az.
Got this, buddy. We're just gonna.
Buddy. I do. Bringing up bloodhounds, I do think that Eris and Gwen are both bloodhounds.
Oh, I think so. Definitely.
I have the quotes right here. Well, I have like a little slideshow thing that kind of goes with this theory. So I'll just like read it off really quick. But I said that Eris was one of the people that groveled and served Amarantha, meaning that he was one of the people that would have been let out to participate in the Great Rite. Not Callan May, because all the courts at the Great Rite, blah 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 blah. I said Eris was the one most likely let out to perform it and learned of his lover's fate, whether or not he knew about the girls. Perhaps he groveled to keep her from looking into it. Maybe.
Oh, to keep them safe.
If he knew. Because also Reese was a Daemati, and remember what Amarantha made him do to people that she wanted information from.
Oh, Az is gonna retaliate. He might the rebellion.
Because I thought it was so weird how Feyre was like, what did Eris go through for 49 years? I'm like, why are you suddenly like intrigued in what Eris went through for 49 years?
Is it because he wants to date your sister, or like
is it because he literally had to play the bad guy, like his worst nightmare, to keep his kids safe? And it still didn't really work that well.
Yeah.
I know. Eris, what had it been like for him under the mountain? What games had he played? What had he endured, trapped for 49 years? I doubted he would risk such a thing happening again, even if it set him in opposition to his father, or perhaps because of that. And then this is a comparison between Nesta with Gwen and Nesta with Eris. And then this is a Feyre scene, though. It says, this is when Feyre has the fire magic from the Autumn Court. Beharin says, go waste your own soldiers defending them. I will not send my own forces to protect chattel. He's talking about the human lands. Feyre says, my blood heated and I took a breath to cool it, to cool the magic crackling at the insult. But it did nothing. If it was this impossible to get all of them to ally against Hybern, ... And I wrote, the fire magic from autumn crackles in Feyre's blood. And then this is with Eris and Nesta in Akasif. Iridescent sparks danced along the blade, pure crackling magic. The light danced and spurted as if an invisible hammer still struck it. So that's ataraxia, as we know. Nesta's crackling fire magic. And then not ataraxia, dagger. And then they gift Eris the dagger. And it says, "There's flame in it," Eris said, not touching it. As if his own magic warned him, he shut the lid, face slightly pale. Why give this to me? So, like calls to like, fire calls to fire, despite it them being, heat and ice or whatever. I said Eris's fire magic recognizes Nesta's because both are made of flame, one hot, one cold. Now, the first or second scene where Nesta and Gwen meet up, it says, "A crackling sword of energy buzzed around Gwen, and Nesta's power grumbled in answer." She has some autumn court flame.
Well, here's the thing, and I've been thinking about this for a while. There's another Irish goddess that Nesta reminds me of, and that is Bridget. Bridget was the goddess of the flame. There were I think 9 priestesses at her temple who kept the flame alive. She was the goddess of smithing, poetry, and I can't remember what else. I want to say fertility, I think, the hearth fire.
It's my
And so I'm just
confirmation name. That's how I know that. I chose that.
I'm,
My confirmation name is Bridget.
I'm like, that's Nesta.
Yeah. Oh my God. I swear to God. And then, yeah, okay, so here it is. It says, Gwen said, "My mother was unwanted by either of their people. She could not dwell in the rivers of the spring court, but was too untamed to endure the confinement of the forest house of autumn. So she was given in her childhood to the temple at Sangrava, where she was raised. She partook in the great rite when she was of age, and my sister and I mean, were the result of that sacred union with the male stranger. She never found out who he was, for the magic chose him that night." Really, your mom was the one that was chosen. And no one ever showed up to ask about the twin girls. "We were raised in the temple as well. I never left its grounds until I came here." And then Reese says, "Anything I want, whether it's armies from the Autumn Court or your firstborn, you would grant me in exchange for Nesta Archeron as your wife." Cassian growled. Eris glared, "Not as far as my firstborn, but yes, you want armies against Briolin and my father, you'll have them." So I said Gwen's mother was given to Sangrava by the Forest House, aka Baron, for being a half-breed. She grew up there, partook in the Great Rite. Baron would want Gwen dead for being a half-breed and tainting his bloodline, because look what he did to Jasminda. But Eris also had Amarantha to think about, since he had to return under the mountain each time he was let out, and it's debatable whether he knows about Gwen. And then we have this part, which was the Bloodhound part that I love to point out, because again, nobody puts this together. And I felt so smart the first time I put this together, because I was rereading Akasif and I go, hold the fuck up. Like, I read this and for some reason it fucking clicked in my head and I was like, hold the fuck up. This is the first time that Nesta meets Gwen. It says, "A level above, 2 priestesses walked by the railing in silence, hooded heads bowed and books in their arms. Nesta could have sworn one of them watched, though. Gwen tracked the focus of her attention. That's Rosalind and Deirdre. How can you tell? With their hoods on, they appeared nearly identical, save for their hands. Their scents," Gwen said simply. And then we have, after the Band of Exiles meeting, Eris sniffed the night breeze, then smiled. Moore couldn't be bothered to come inside and say hello. How he detected Moore's lingering scent, Cassian didn't know. Perhaps Eris and his smokehounds had more in common than he realized. "She didn't know you were here." A lie. Moore probably had sensed it too.
Ooh, connecting to their mate bond.
They can scent each other, and this is why at the High Lords meeting they are literally on opposite sides of the table, as far away as they can get from each other. That's why
So
after Azriel attacks him, she's like, "Azriel, sit next to me," because they're like all far away. She doesn't want the maid bond to be scented. That's why she doesn't go around him in front of people.
But I don't think it's rejected. I don't think it's a rejected bond.
Well, even if it is, it's just verbal. It doesn't really do anything anyway.
Oh,
It's
that's
just
true.
like it's just a courtesy,
That's true.
basically. Because everyone's like, oh, well, Elaine can reject it. Elaine can reject it. I'm like, you do realize it's literally just words. It doesn't do shit to the actual bond. It's like literally just a courtesy. Like Farrah's high lady status. It's just a
Campbell's
courtesy.
Campbell's soup.
Her fucking Campbell's.
I'm
Anyway.
just trying to for making like tomato bisque.
Oh, tomato soup is so gross. Blech.
Uh,
I
or
can't.
maybe like minestrone.
Alphabet soup. He was teaching her how to read with the noodle.
Oh my god, that's my most favorite crack ship now, or my crack theory now. Like, I die on this hill.
I don't know why. When I read it, I was like, alphabet soup. And then I was like, that's the most unhinged thought I have ever had.
To be honest, I thought the same. I also thought alphabet soup, and then like
RHYS. She would try to fit it all in the spoon.
meat.
Me forever.
Say down.
Oh, also, I forgot to mention this earlier, but the fucking blue paint stashed in the cabin had to have been Lauren's from when she drew the mural.
Oh,
I've said that so much.
it could be the woad too for the spirals.
Yeah. Oh, that's definitely why Tamlin chose blue paint for his Callan May paint.
And if it's Lauren's original paint, oh my god.
Because
Oh,
we did I forget, was it like 2 or 3 episodes ago, we had a segment where I broke down Tamlin during the Great Rite. And so when he corners her after, he's super fucking high on magic. And
which was hot.
I said, he wasn't seeing Farrah here. He was seeing Lauren. That's why he was so rough with her.
Ah,
I, because he's like, I smelled you and I couldn't find you. And
yeah,
I
that was
am
for
fully
Sarah. That was for Lauren.
lilac and pear. You're not telling me that doesn't smell like lilac and citrus? That's like nearly identical.
That's so true. Oh my god.
Because Lauren would smell like citrus, like Reese, let's be real.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's that whole interaction, and then like just the things that he says during that are very like weird and I don't know, like nostalgia-ish, I guess. Um,
He was stuck in the past.
he was definitely hallucinating her as Lauren. And then we did this whole thing where I'm like, Lauren literally means laurel leaves, and he's crowned in laurel leaves.
And he bit her. And he's like, wait a minute, you don't taste like you taste like alphabet
And
soup.
she like slapped him and he like laughed. Like, you cannot tell me Reese's sister was not like fucking feisty like that. Come on.
She was like their mom. Like their mom was
Fierce.
feisty.
Yeah.
Fierce. Nesta.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But like I said, like that's why Tamlin was so rough with her, because he was seeing her as Lauren and they were just used to like fucking pawing each other, I guess, and like biting each other playfully and fucking all that stuff. Like,
he's just like, wait a minute, you taste like alphabet soup. You're not Lauren.
you taste like soap and human.
He's like human. Ugh. I gotta reach my mouth out.
Like gonna follow him to his room and he just like turned and laughed. He was like, no. Never mind. I don't want you anymore.
I'm sober now.
She literally sobered him. He was like, oh, never mind.
I'm
Oh
so
my god. Oh my god. It was so weird.
oh, it was funny.
And might I remind you, she was wearing one of Lauren's tunics that night.
So that's where the scent was, and he's like,
The
I couldn't.
the dark blue one with the golden sigil on the lapel, which she didn't even describe the whatever the fuck was on the lapel. It had to be the Night Court sigil.
Well, she couldn't read.
Yeah, but you would think like, oh, it was the same brand that was on the head on the fountain, like, or I can't. Was that
I
afterwards? I think that might have been afterwards actually. So maybe she
I
didn't know what
don't
it was.
actually knows how to read fully. I think she knows words, but like I feel like she did like a Hooked on Phonics edition.
She was condemning that children's book that she was trying to read. She was like,
She
fuck
was
these
so
books, fuck these mothy smelling pages. I'm done. She
she's like I
hated it.
can't read.
She was
She's like I
hating. Tamlin's like, hey, I bought these books for my unborn child 75 years ago, okay? Rune! Rune! So convinced.
oh
I'm
Rune Rune needs those children's books. I will write he doesn't get those books.
oh my god. I'm he is Tamlin's son.
Yes.
Okay, Tamlin being rowdy and writing dirty poetry is so giving Rune frat boy.
Yes.
Like he had nothing of Einar's. Nothing. Not a drop of anything to do with Einar.
He is like nothing like him. He is completely Tamlin when Tamlin was that age.
Oh yeah.
Just
He
body.
just looks like his mom. Like I think that's hilarious though, because Tamlin's like, great, my kid looks like Reese. And Reese is like, great, my nephew's the spawn of Tamlin.
I
And
guess we're
Reese is
fam.
like, excuse me. Oh my god. And I have been seeing everyone lately, and I don't know if it's just me or the algorithm or what. I have been seeing everyone drawing Rune's tattoos as roses or flowers.
Like
So many
Fair
people.
tattoo?
Hmm?
Like Fair's tattoo?
Yeah, like Rune's tattoos on his arms that he used to cover the burn marks from
The
Einar.
king flower from TOG, because that's the flowers that were on Farah's tattoo, arm tattoos. It was the
Yeah, the
king's
King's
flower.
Flame. But I'm like, why is everyone drawing him with flowers on his arms? Is it just me manifesting him as Tamlin's child? Because I've said it. Because think about it, I still believe that Reese's father was in on it to try to kill them. Because he hated his wife. Did not give a shit about her.
He cared when it was his mate. And then after that, he just kind of.
After their relationship broke down and she like had a daughter, he was like, okay, fuck you. I honestly don't think he wanted any more kids after Reese. Because
Yeah,
then because she had Reese, right? And then she takes in Cassian and he's like, oh, we have a stray. And then she takes in Azrael and he's like, what the fuck? Stop taking in stray. And then she's like, I did. A century later, he's like, what the hell? I didn't sign up for all these kids.
he's like, I'm done.
I'm
Devil,
done.
deal with these.
You deal with the scrawny ass children. Oh my god. And like
Oh,
And the fact that it was like a girl, like he had no use for a girl. She had every
Yeah.
opportunity to sneak around and find the hologram and everything. I also
Like,
think that the reason Reese's punishment to Nesta was to work in the library was because that's what his father used to make his sister do.
and also because Reese said he liked to read a lot, which, by the way, guess who also likes to read a lot? Nesta.
I never see Reese pick up a fucking book. That was a lie.
I, yeah, I don't see him picking up any book.
No.
Like, he needs to, though. And,
I
like,
I honestly think that had I think Lauren had Gwen's job before Gwen had Gwen's job. And I think
oh,
that's how she put two and two together about her own magic, because I think that she had the starlight and didn't know what it was, and like she was hiding it from her dad because she was
what
probably afraid that he was going to like sell her into a marriage if he knew that she had a lot of power, like more.
what if Adis gave Lauren a tip like, hey, you need to go to other worlds? And what if Moore also talked to Lauren and was like, hey, my son is in this world. Maybe you and your boy can go here. Like, we're cousins, right? We look out for each other. We're family. And like, I won't
Her
say anything.
literally, literally, if Lauren was pregnant with Tamlin's son and Rune is 75, Cormac would have been 2 because Cormac was 77.
Can you imagine like baby Cormac?
And the
Just,
fact that he's like, oh, we're cousins, like that literally makes them cousins.
yeah, actual cousins.
Actual
And that actually makes sense to both timelines.
hmm Because, well, because everyone was under the impression that this whole thing with Tamlin and Rhys happened like centuries ago. But the war was like 500 years ago, right? Rhys said like he was young-ish, so Rhys was like in his 30s, 40s when the war happened. Or 30s? 30s, because Tamlin was a child and Rhys is like 30 years older than him or something like that. Um, so that happened, and then like there's no timeline of when his sister was born, but he says that I think he said after the war, his mother gave, the ring to the Weaver because she didn't know she was going to ever have a daughter and all of that stuff. And then obviously she did have her daughter. Rhys does say that his sister was a couple centuries younger than him. So 2 to 3.
Mhm.
That makes sense. Because if it was a few centuries later and we're thinking about the timeline pre Akatar and then pre Amarantha, that would have been another 50 years. That makes sense. And then
Right.
yeah, another 50 years. That makes sense. And it would line up to them being like in their 70s, because Amarantha was 50 years. So it would have happened 20 something years before Amarantha stirred up trouble, which is why I think that Amarantha's the one that was obviously Tamlin's stalker, but I think Amarantha was the one that found out about them and told the
Mhm.
father. Not Tamlin. I think Amarantha did.
I think so too. And she told the
And
father about Starborn powers.
yeah, well, the father would have been Starborn, but he was working with the Asteri, which is really weird, but whatever.
What get
But
out of it though?
that's the thing, it's so weird. Just ultimate information? I don't know. I don't know.
Like, what would he have wanted with the information about other worlds? Maybe the legacy of Roalen?
Oh no. Is like we don't really have the backstory about how he found like his mate or whatever, because Yeah, because Tamlin's mom would have been the Roelan descendant.
Oh, that's true.
Because she was the shifter. Um, and the father would have been the bastard Starborn line, which is why the Night Court and the Spring Court always hated each other, I think. That's what it stemmed from.
Maybe they
Um,
were looking for Star Sword,
or Tamlin's father was like Einar, which makes sense, and he wanted to travel to other worlds, to claim other worlds, just like Hybern, and that's what their common goal was, which kind of makes sense.
that makes
Um,
sense.
But I think that Amarantha found out. I think she told the father about him and Lauren. And I don't think Tamlin gave up the information freely of their location. I think Amarantha used Branna or Dagden to Daemati him and get the information.
Amarantha's also a redhead. I wonder if she's related to Einar.
Maybe. I don't, well, he didn't have any Valg, did he? He didn't have any Valg in him that we know of.
Oh, that was true.
He had amber eyes like Lady Autumn and Eris.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Amarantha was supposed to have black hair. In the first edition she was written with black hair. And then
Yeah,
yeah, and then Sarah messed up later in the book and put red hair. And then she had to correct it and just pick one and she chose red. Which I think
it
is
was.
weird because
Oh,
if she had black hair, she would have kind of looked like Vesperus.
it was like a strawberry blonde, because it was described as like
It was golden red. Yeah. Her golden
yeah,
red hair. Like, what the fuck is golden red?
she was a
Like,
strawberry.
yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's like golden red, and then later on it's blood red, and then it's like fucking, I don't even know. She was all over the
That's what
place.
it's crazy, because that's why I feel like the fandom gets so confused, and like the way that I've seen other fans talk to each other, like, did we read the same book? Like, we did, just which editions did we
Yeah.
read? Because
Oh.
I remember reading Akatar, and Hamlin was the one who sent Feyre the music. I remember that, like, that stuck with me, and then all of a sudden, like, it changed, and I'm like, wait a minute, what?
I remember assuming that it was Tamlin. I don't remember reading that it was Tamlin. And then I saw online everyone saying like, I think she retconned it and it was supposed to be Tamlin, and then she realized she wanted her with Reese and she made it a Reese thing. But I don't remember like reading it in the book.
Or I
Yeah.
think I remember reading that Feyre thought it was Tamlin.
Yeah. I think she thought it was Tamlin. That's what it was.
Yeah,
Fucking, it
I
should have been Tamlin.
I remember reading that Feyre had thought it was Tamlin,
Yeah.
which they never got to have a conversation about.
They never had any fucking conversation about Under the Mountain. That's what pisses me off so much. They just didn't talk at all.
They, and
And
it
the
was just
fact
like,
that Tamlin still lets Reese say that he like killed them and whatever. Like, I was trying to discuss this with Olivia and she doesn't think that there's a spell on him, but I think there might have been another spell on him, perhaps a stronger one. I don't know. Um,
like the stuff that's in Crescent City.
Yes and no. So basically, Amarantha had Hybern's spellbook, the like original Asteri spellbook, right? And she
Right.
used that to make a parasite or a spell or whatever to put in their wine to strip their powers. I do think that was the equivalent of the parasite. But Amarantha spelled Tamlin and the entire Spring Court so that they couldn't tell Farah about the curse, right? I think that there was two separate um spells like that on Tamlin. I think there was two separate ones.
That was light.
Yeah,
That was
the blight. Yeah, exactly. So I think that the only way to overcome that kind of spell is for the truth to come out naturally, which is what we saw. Feyre figured it out, went to Alice, and then she was able to freely talk about it. And also, the 49 years had been up, so that was the thing. So if Rhys hasn't figured out that his sister is alive, I don't think Tamlin can physically tell her. I think that was one of the things that Amarantha did to fuck them over so they wouldn't side against her.
Yeah.
And
Also,
Under the Mountain, Feyre even questions that because she asks Rhys, she's like, well, if Amarantha put that spell on him not to talk about, the blight or whatever before, couldn't she just do it again? Like, couldn't she just put another spell on him?
yeah,
And he like makes some like vague, whatever, distractive comment as
he
he does.
avoid
Yeah,
he avoid.
as he does. So I'm like, when she said that, I was like, did she have an older spell on him where he physically cannot mention Rhys's sister? Because he doesn't say sister, he doesn't mention her name, but when Rhys confronts him about it in Akafas, all he says is, which is another glaring thing that I always point out, all he says is, would you accept an apology? Which is a very roundabout way of apologizing. And Rhys goes, I never heard one. And Tamlin goes, well, would you even, accept it, or whatever the hell the conversation was. It was like a little back and forth thing. And
Yeah,
we know from Feyre that Tamlin actually apologizes for shit that he does. So if he didn't kill her and he isn't able to tell the truth about it, he's still not going to apologize for something he didn't do, especially if he actually had a hand in saving her.
that's why I kind of feel like more might be able to help Tamlin. Like they may form an alliance.
Like,
And
like if the minute Rhys knows Lauren is alive, I think Tamlin's going to be able to freely talk about it again. I'm so
and
convinced there's a spell because I'm like, why? There's no reason for him to not tell anybody. There's no reason for him to not tell anybody unless he
even
physically
Lucian.
can't. Yeah, Lucian too. Like, unless he physically cannot.
What if he's able to like do it with his music?
I mean, he could kind of just show them the mural. But I feel like maybe that's like I don't know, like an emotional thing. Like, oh, well, it's like the last thing I have of
It's
hers that's mine.
yeah.
But I'm like, why wouldn't he just tell him, like, I didn't kill her? Because he
Uh,
says, like, I'm sorry. Like, well, he doesn't say I'm sorry, but he says, like, you know, whatever. I'm so, or he does say I'm sorry, but then he's like, it's very vague. He's like, oh, I'm sorry about your mother and sister. But he doesn't say, like, I killed them or I blah, blah, blah. Because I honestly don't think that Tamlin knows that she's alive. I think he literally sent her through the portal and wished for the best based
yeah.
on whatever Lauren told him. And the fact that she never actually came back, I'm assuming that they probably were like, okay, well, she'll make it back or whatever. I feel like
Or
the fact,
back. I'll never forget you. I'll come back.
yeah, like the fact that she like never came back, he probably does think that she died.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so awful. And also, she wouldn't be able to make it back because once she was in Midgard, she had the parasite and she couldn't access her starborn magic and she couldn't access her
But
wings that she had hidden like Reese, which is probably why
but
she's partially depressed.
but if Cormac comes back,
That's
he
what I'm
can
saying. If
tell.
Reese realizes that she's alive, Tamlin's gonna be able to talk about it again.
I just
Like,
want friends.
open
Like,
the fucking portal, Sarah. Open it longer. But see,
yes.
this is why. Okay, this is why I think that Lauren demodied the Autumn King. I think that since she is a Donnell, I think she realized that part of her family's line, because I don't think she was, again, I don't think she was stupid. I think she was doing all this research in the library. I think she saw the hologram and all of this stuff, and she knew that there was some sort of crossing to Midgard. So I think she tracked down the Donnells that were there, demodied them to make them believe that she had always been there, gained access to all of the archives that Cormac had access to, mind
Mhm.
you, figured out that there was another starborn line in Midgard, which was Einar's line because of Helena, and made him choose her to bear his heir because she was already pregnant. And, she needed to form a life there. And she made him believe that Rune was his son because she knew that Rune would have some of her starlight. And I also believe that she thought that Rune would be the one to help reopen the portal. But it wasn't Rune. And she realized that, oh, well, crap, my starlight's potent, or was potent because I was a female, but I didn't have a daughter. And then she realizes that it's Bryce, and that's why she's so nice to Bryce. Rune's like, oh, she was so nice to Bryce every time she met her, and Bryce was like, oh, she was so nice to me when I met her.
But what about Danica being a bloodhound and noticing that Bryce and Rune were siblings?
It never says that. People assumed that. The canon does not say that. It says that she looked at Rune with a weird, scrutinizing look, and Rune assumed that she knew they were siblings.
So she knows that he's Tamlin and she's just like, you're not from here.
I think that she scented Rune, and I think that she knew that he wasn't the Autumn Kings. And she was like, and Rune was like, she knows that we're siblings.
Just
because
oblivious.
because everyone's like, what? Like, he said that Danica knew this. I was like, yeah, he said, because that's what he assumed. She never said it. She never said what that look was for.
Oh,
And then Bryce says that she confronted her about it and then just fessed up that they were siblings. So Danica was kind of like, oh, what? What? Are you though?
but then Danica got involved in the Dusk project.
Because she knew that Bryce was she basically knew that Bryce had starborn powers. Like I don't know how like she knew all of that history and everything. We don't really know how she figured that out. But
She's a smart like
she's a smart cookie. Yeah. Well, actually, if Bryce is Einar's, so she probably scented, Bryce is related to Einar, and Einar had this power, and Einar's been doing all this research, and then, I don't know, probably just followed all the little threads, as we
all
know.
that's true.
Yeah. Dusk's truth, and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
And was like, oh, weird how Einar wants to open a portal. Like, how many of us are from other worlds? And then she's like, literally fucking all of us. Great. All of us are from different worlds.
She was so in over her head.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, so I feel so cheated that we didn't get a scene of Rune telling Lauren about what Bryce did. Because if he's like, oh, great, now I have to explain all this bullshit to my mom. And Lauren would just be like, I already know. What are you talking about? She'd be like, I already know all of this. You thought that I was some flighty, delusional, out of my mind, subservient little fucking whatever. But I'm not. I'm actually smart, and I actually knew all of this. And why the hell did you not tell me that Bryce opened the portal that I've been waiting 75 years for?
It's been 83 years.
It's been 84 years. Oh my god. That, and again, I wanted him to give her the fucking antidote. She was gonna get all her magic back. She was gonna get all her magic back, and Bryce literally could have given her the blades to open the rift to go back to Prithian. And Nesta
She
needs
go
to
home.
open. Nesta needs to open that goddamn portal and step into Lauren's little garden that she grew to remind her of Tamlin. And the citrus tree that she grew to remind her of the Night Court.
Oh,
She has a garden and a citrus tree.
I feel like she and Elaine get along well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's why Elaine is spring court coded too.
Yeah.
Right? But like the fact that she has no idea how to work technology. It's because she's from Prithian.
True.
No
They're all
idea.
that.
She was like, what are sprinklers? What's an air conditioner? I can't do this. And Rune was like, my mom had no air conditioner for 2 weeks in the dead of summer because she didn't know to call somebody to fix it.
That is such a thing.
I'm like, because she's from Prithian. She never learned technology. Duh.
They
And
don't
then,
have like that.
and she's wearing the lilac gown. Come on.
Oh my god.
She's wearing the lilac gown. She's eating citrus fruits. How much more
Ugh.
obvious? How much can you throw in our face, Sarah J. Maas, and not feed us?
Right.
You're giving us a food fight, but no food. Like, what is going on?
Calories, just ice cubes. Like, here, fight this.
So annoyed. So annoyed. And just the fact that lilac is the color of like young love and resurrection and all the shit. I'm like, I hate you, Sarah. Please. I need their prequel and I need her to come back so bad.
Yes.
And
oh my god.
and which I think is super telling as well. The fact that Rune said that she never hung up his artwork as a child. And he's like, I didn't even know that moms did that until I went to Declan's house and she had all of his shit hung up. And I was like, my mom doesn't put up pictures or my artwork or anything at her house.
Oh, poor Rune.
Oh, yeah. She's probably like, oh, my son is a crappy artist. Great.
I would love to know what
I
Lauren.
I drew this gigantic, fantastic mural of my life, and he's drawing stick figures. Unacceptable, boy.
I would love
She's
for
like,
her.
you have the artistic talent of your father.
Oh my god.
And he can't even play a damn fiddle either. All he can play is beer pong.
Oh my god.
Oh, poor Rune. Poor Rune.
He's just like, I hate my life.
Oh my god.
You go back to Perithian. You didn't hang up my artwork.
I know. I want to point something out real quick because Olivia didn't allow me to talk about this episode, so I'm gonna sneak it in. Because I have to vent about it. Have to. Have to. It is a need. I have to vent about this. But Rune takes the antidote, right? When he's
Mhm.
in the Asteri Palace. And I'm gonna read a couple things really quick. So this is CC3. Nesta stepped through the wards as if they were nothing, like she could have done so all along. Asriel didn't try to stop her, but remained standing inside the tunnel mouth. At the beginning of the tunnels, Nesta said, there was that carving of a young female. You said her name was Celine. The carving's an exact likeness, Bryce said. But who is she? Asriel said softly, voice tinged with pain, she looks like Rhysand's sister. Nesta peered back at him with something like curiosity and sympathy. Bryce might have asked what the connection meant, but the hologram spoke. My story begins when I was born. The female's voice was weary and heavy, tired and sad. During a time I know of from my mother's stories and my father's memories. She lifted a finger to the space between her brows. Both of them showed me once, mind to mind, as I shall show you. Celine, Thea, and Fionn were de Mater. So I said, Rhys's sister takes after Celine, aka Starborn and Daemati, like Rhys. Mind speaking. Well, not Daemati, mind speaking. So even if she didn't have full Daemati powers, she can probably mind speak like Rune, which is why I find it hilarious that Rune's account of him talking into her head when she was 5 and her flipping out on him and telling him never to do that again was like,
You
I'm
know,
like, she's
you
like,
gotta
don't
keep.
give us away.
Oh my god.
Um, anyways, now, this is Rune when he takes the antidote. It says, the 2 angels who held the boys captive emerged. No sign of Rigelus, thank the gods. But right then, whatever was in that potion finally hit Rune's stomach, his body, and the world tilted, surging, blacking out. A moment, long enough so that when his vision returned, it was to see the 2 angels reaching for their guns. Rune exploded. Starlight, 2 beams of it straight into their eyes, blinding them, just as Bryce had done to the murder twins. Twin whips of shadows wrapped around their necks and squeezed. So, is he
Oh.
becoming a shadow singer as well? What the fuck, Bran said. But Rune barely heard him. There was only power surging as it never had before. His mind was starkly clear as he willed the shadows to begin slicing through their flesh. Ugh. Blood spurted, bone cracked, 2 heads rolled to the ground. Holy shit, Bran breathed. Actaeon was gaping at Rune. So I said, that is Rune's mom's Starborn magic and Rhys's shadow magic. Once the antidote took effect to get rid of the parasite. Also, like, that's so cool. Like, beams. Like, so is he as powerful as Bryce now?
Instead of the beams coming out of the chest, they come out of his eyes, like Cyborg.
No, it just says 2 beams came out of him and straight into their eyes, so probably his chest. And then, this is the part where I compare him to Tamlin. First of all, this is in Akatar, if you'll remember. I found Tamlin's eyes on me. This is with the blue fairy. The wounds aren't clotting, he said, under his breath as the fairy panted. Can't you use your magic? I asked, wishing I could rip that mask off his face and see his full expression. Tamlin swallowed hard. No, not for major damage. Once I could, but not any longer, because of Amarantha's curse. So Tamlin has healing
Healing.
magic, which would have literally restored the blue fairy if he had it. And this is back to Rune. Fuck, Rune spat and put a hand to Tharion's chest to staunch the bleeding. Warm, bright light magic answered. Healing magic, rising to the surface as if it had been dormant in his blood. You can't tell me Lauren didn't do that shit, just like they did to Lucian. He had no idea how to use it, how to do anything other than will it with a simple save him. In answer, light poured from his hands, and he could feel Tharion's flesh and bone knitting back together beneath his fingers, mending, healing. It had been a clean shot through the chest and out the back. and this new healing magic seemed to know what to do, how to close both entry and exit wounds. It couldn't replace the blood, but if Ketos was no longer leaking, he might survive. A shudder rocked the palace, and time slowed. For a heartbeat, he thought it might be his own power, but he realized the Asteri was dying. He willed that lovely bright power to keep healing Ketos, to use the stretch of time to buy more of it for the mare to heal. It was eternity, and yet it was nothing. Time resumed so fast that the boys lost their grip on Therian, but the wound had already healed over. Rune grunted as he hoisted the unconscious mare over his shoulder and said to the boys, "We gotta get out of here." So I said, that's Tamlin's fucking healing magic.
Mm-hmm. Totally
Tamlin's.
is.
Rhys does not have healing magic.
Because he's mostly Valg.
Rhys doesn't even have the starlight because he got mostly Valg. That's
But
why the sister got the starlight. Lauren got the starlight. That was his mom's starlight.
But Lucian has healing magic.
And so does Moore. And so does Amarin. Moore has it, which I realized the other day. But this level, Moore couldn't even heal Azriel all the way when he got shot from Highburn. She only has a little bit. Tamlin literally says, like, he could have restored the Blue Fairy if it wasn't for the curse. So this has to be Tamlin's magic.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Rhys isn't listed as having healing magic, but then he heals her arm under the mountain. That's the only time we ever see it. So I feel like I don't know. I feel like SJM kind of retconned it because he never uses that again, even when his family's hurt. Like Moore does and Amarin does, but he doesn't. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's
kind
weird.
of like how Feyre had a phobia of the color red and then all of a sudden it disappeared.
Yeah. And also, it doesn't really make sense anyway for Rune to have healing magic because even though Einar is from the Autumn Court, he doesn't have healing magic at all. And unless Lauren is definitively Rhys's sister, she shouldn't have healing magic either. So either this is confirmation that she is Rhys's sister, or he is also Tamlin's son.
Both?
Both? I'm hoping both. And then going back to the whole lilac thing and her wearing a lilac dress and everything, it says, Lauren was sitting in the breakfast room, a book open on the fruit-laden table before her, dressed immaculately in a lilac-colored gown. She was beautiful as all Fae were, but there was a gentleness to her face, a sadness to her deep blue eyes, Rune's eyes. She's fucking sad because she wants Tamlin back. She was always... Huh?
And her wings.
And her wings, I know. She was always perfectly put together, always pristine and ready for a visit. Not a visit from him, though, Rune had learned long ago. So, who?
Tamlin.
She's waiting for Tam to come get her. Her gaze brightened upon seeing him, a smile of genuine warmth gracing her face. Rune. Hey, Mom. Though she was 2 centuries older than him, they looked the same age. He'd always envied that, 2 centuries older than him also makes sense with how old Rhys's sister would be. They look the same age, which is going to be like Feyre and Nyx. It's going to be so funny. He always envied the fact that Bryce's parents would remain looking like her parents, that is, years older than her. He's like, you look my age. And also, I found it kind of creepy that Rune's friends were like, oh, Ember Quinlan was a knockout. He's like, that's my sister's mom.
He's like, this is so awkward. Please don't.
Now, another tidbit that she added into this fucking bonus chapter to tease us to death. Lauren's mother mother, so Rhys's mother, too, had been a Donnell. It was through those blood ties that Rune had been invited to Avalon all those years ago. Blood ties were all that truly mattered among the Fae, passing on the noble heritage and ensuring that no one sullied it. Had his father been a different sort of male, Rune would have believed his relationship with Ember to be nothing short of defiant of the tradition. Einar does not defy traditions. Interesting.
He meddled with, or she meddled with it,
So
just like how Reed meddles with fate manipulation.
I I need more of Lauren so badly. What are you up to, girl? You got secrets. You got secrets.
Everybody's got secrets,
Secrets.
like more.
Traditionally, lilacs signaled the coming of spring as one of the earliest blooming flowers and represent youthful innocence and the first feelings of love. Really?
Mhm.
Really, Sarah? She's in her lilac-colored gown. Lilacs are also associated with ever-returning spring and are a symbol of resurrection, while its heart-shaped leaves symbolize love.
Aw.
Again, again, again. Deep sigh. Deep sigh. Also, I said that if Lauren's mother was a Donnell, why is she using her maiden name? She's using her maiden name in Midgard.
Oh, so wait, is that Reese's
Mom.
last name?
Well, Rhys's last name would be Moonbeam
Oh, that's
from
true.
his dad, because if he was Maeve's line, she's
That's
using her maiden name in Midgard because she knew that the Donnells went to Midgard. Come on.
oh, that makes sense.
I said, this also points to the fact that SJM doesn't want us to know Rhysand's last name. Because she said, like,
That's rude. Like,
she's like,
why?
maybe I'll tell you on the last page of the last book if I feel like it. She's gatekeeping. We all know it's Moonbeam. Because why else would he be like, I don't talk about my surname? And Pharaoh is like teasing him about it. Ugh, ugh. Bothers me.
Oh, I want confirmation.
I want confirmation. Lauren derives from a word meaning bay or laurel plant, aka wreathed or crowned with laurel. Tamlin's crowned with laurel leaves on like every special occasion. He wears her blue paint to Kellen May. And it's so sad. It's so sad. Oh, here it is. Going somewhere, Tamlin asked. His voice was not entirely of this world.
Oh,
Hmm. His bare chest was painted with whorls of dark blue woad, and from the smudges in the paint, I knew exactly where he'd been touched. I tried not to notice that they descended past his midriff. I smelled you. I searched for you, and you weren't there.
he was searching for Lauren.
He reeked of magic. When I looked into his eyes, remnants of power flickered there. No kindness, none of the wry humor and gentle reprimands. The Tamlin I knew was gone. Still riding the magic, he was half wild. You drove me mad, he growled. I searched for you and you weren't there. When I didn't find you, it made me pick another. I think he's talking about Feyre.
I
Like the
think so too.
curse made him choose Feyre.
Ugh.
It's so
And she Feyre had main character energy, and she thought, yeah.
Oh, it's me. Ugh. And then during the wedding, he wore the same laurel leaves, and then just
He released just enough of his magic just for her.
I was just gonna say that. I have the quote. Laurel leaves gleamed on his head. He loosed the grip on his glamour, letting that immortal light and beauty shine through for me. He's fucking starborn. Because he's the only High Lord that has to keep a glamour on 24/7 because his light is too bright.
Gwen also kind of does that when she sings.
And she would get it from Eris, who is starborn from Lady Autumn.
Mm-hmm.
And she's female, actually. So she would get more of it. That's a good point.
Uh-huh.
Hmm. And then this is the part where I said that Mor and Ianthe or Mor went to Ianthe and was like, you better stop this wedding at all costs because my cousin is her mate. Because not only does Ianthe put the red fucking petals there when she doesn't want Tamlin, she wants Lucian, but she also wears a dark blue robe and silver crown. Literally night court colors on her wedding. And then the minute Rhys shows up, she's fucking out of there. Gone. Ran away.
She's like, I'm not here. Don't look at me. Leave me.
She knew he was going to show up. Because Mor and Ianthe have houses in Valahan. And Rhys only told Mor. Remember the whole scene where he's like, I dropped to my knees and I told her, you're my mate, you're my mate.
Ugh.
Mor is the one that got her to fucking rig the wedding and was like, my cousin's gonna show up. You better make sure they don't say their fucking vows. Because I think she threatened, I think because she has truth powers, I think she threatened to expose Ianthe to everyone. Because she knew what a fucking backstabbing hoe she was. So Ianthe was
I
like,
think so.
fine. That's why Ianthe made her wear that awful dress. That's why she wore night court robes. That's why she put the red flowers there, because it was subtle enough not to be like obvious, but it was also subtle enough to know how to trigger Feyre.
Ugh.
And at the same time, she's working with Hybern, which I think that is part of Mor's betrayal. Because if she has truth magic, that means she fucking knew that Ianthe was working with Hybern. And I think that's what she gave her in exchange for her stopping the wedding. I think she is like, I won't tell anyone you're working for Hybern as long as you stop this wedding for my mate. And it bit her in the ass because Ianthe goes, turns around and betrays Feyre's sisters. Shoots Azriel, almost kills Cassian.
That would explain why Mor was so emotional after Feyre went back to Tamlin.
Mm-hmm. You fucked up.
Oh.
Exactly.
Why is my high lady going in there? Why are you letting her in there?
You mean to tell me that my high lady is now surrounded by our enemies? Yeah, because you fucked up and you stayed quiet about Ianthe, knowing what a piece of shit she was. Great job, Mor. This is how all of your secrets are gonna bite you in the ass, and you deserve it. I hope those special Asterian horses trample you, okay? Like, I'm sorry, but she has not made one good decision in her entire life. Not one. Not one.
The only decision she made that was actually really sweet was when she decided to not wear red in front of Feyre.
Did Reese even tell her that, or did she just like know from her truth powers?
Probably she knew from like clairsentience.
Yeah, I guess. I guess. I don't know. Another little crack theory, which I don't think I ever discussed, but I did make a weird reel about it. I said, um, after Lauren like had the parasite or whatever, what if she, because of Adis and the library, like what if she knew how to summon the princes of hell? Kind of
That
like
could
Helena. Like what if she was feeding them some information and that's how they were feeding information to Bryce?
maybe
Maybe.
with catnip.
Because like because Thanatos is in Hewn City. Like what if she was like frenzies with Thanatos?
That actually would be.
Because in my
It would.
reel I said POV Lauren finally makes her wings come out for the first time in 75 years as Rune gawks at her. She then summons Thanatos to bring her back to Prithian now that Einar is dead and asks Rune if he wants to meet his real dad. And Rune's just like, what is going on? What is
Like,
going on? Why do
like
you
what do you?
have wings? She's gonna be like, I always had wings. I was just lucky that you didn't have wings, okay?
Yeah, yeah.
I was lucky that you didn't have wings. Oh. What if, though?
What if she did?
If what if he sprouts wings now that he
That
took
would be
the antidote? Can you imagine the chaos?
that would be wild.
It'd be like, Mom, what's happening? And she's like, oh, your wings should have a party.
We have to teach you how to fly. I'm not Peter Pan.
Well, because Reese wasn't born with wings. He just sprouted them one day.
Puberty. Just pop like daisies.
It doesn't say when he sprouted them, but he literally just sprouted them one day. Because Cassian's like, yeah, Reese told me that like he wasn't born with wings. They just kind of happened. They just kind of came out one day.
Meanwhile, Nyx
Well, he grew
almost
into
mom.
well, he grew into his power. Poor Nyx, he can't hide them. Poor child.
Yeah.
But also, I kind of hate how Reese gloats about that too. He's like, "Thank God I can put my wings away in the winter because, ugh, they're so sensitive." He's like, "Sucks for Cass and Ass."
Unless they go into the sauna.
The sauna. I know. I don't know. I don't know. Just the the vision of Rune sprouting wings and just being absolutely fucking terrified. What is happening to me? And his mom just like being so gleefully celebratory,
And supportive.
supportive. And he's like, you didn't even hang up my paintings as a child, and I'm sprouting wings, and you're laughing and crying. What's happening?
My
He's
baby
like,
boy. Oh, embrace me.
he's like, I have wings too. Hold on. Where's the antidote? He's like, what? You have what now?
Huh?
Huh? The cat meme. Huh? Huh?
Huh? Huh? Huh?
I either want him or her to fucking sprout wings when they're in the same room. I need his reactions.
And then Bryce just goes,
I'm totally adding that into my fanfic now. This was the reason I didn't finish my chapter today, because I had to come to this realization. I had to come to this realization that one of them has to sprout wings.
do it.
Which one, though? I don't know whether I
Oh,
want his reaction to her sprouting wings first, or him randomly sprouting wings and her being happy and then her telling him the truth.
I feel like they would do it at the same time, and he would be like, "Mom, Mom, what is this?" And he walks in and he sees her wings, and she's like, "Oh, I have my wings back. Oh, baby, you have wings too."
The antidote, like, slowly uncovering each new special skill as it goes through his system. He's like, I murdered people with starlight to the eyes. I healed Theri and Ketos with, like, special fingers. And now I'm sprouting body parts. What is going on? He's like, it took me 2 weeks to grow back my hand, and now I'm sprouting wings.
Why are they so webby and weird and touchy?
If he had just taken this antidote before going to the hospital or the infirmary, he wouldn't have had to wait so long for his poor hand to grow back. It would have just immediately healed.
He had baby hands
He had the little baby.
from
Oh,
Deadpool. He
I don't
the
like
baby.
picturing that at all. But
I
also,
can.
the
He's
fucking
just going up to Declan and just going like, "Hi."
But see, this is why I'm confused. Because Prithian has all the raw magic, apparently, aside from whatever Vesperus was stealing, I guess. And they don't really have a parasite. They don't have anything impeding their powers, right? You're
Other than
telling me.
Fabane.
Hmm?
Other than Fabane.
Yeah. But like when they're not on Fabane, like they're free, they're fine, right? So you're telling me that Rune can grow back his hand and Lucian cannot grow back his eyeball.
That's rough.
Why? Why can the Crescent City High Fae grow back limbs when they had a parasite? And the Prithian High Fae, who have raw magic and are free to use it, cannot grow back limbs. That's what I want to know, Sarah J. Maas.
Like, what's the missing clause of that?
What's missing? Lucian's
Hmm.
gonna be hella pissed if it ever comes back. He's gonna be like, you're telling me I have this fucking scar all the way down my face and a metal eye, and I could have grown back my eyeball? Are you kidding me? He's gonna be so mad.
Oh my God. They're gonna be like, you can see through bullshit. It's your bullshit detector. It's like, I missed the whole ass eyeball.
And then he finds out that it's really not the eye, just his decor magic. Because I'm so convinced it's not the eye. I think he thinks it's the eye, and it's really just his decor magic.
That would be a really fun theory.
Like Helion can do the same thing. He has both of his eyes. You're Helion's son, Lucian. It is not the
I
special eye.
I feel like Lucian is still really sheltered and doesn't realize that like he's
Well, his
experienced.
brother and his mom lied to him his entire life and stifled his decor magic somehow, because there is no way little Lucian was not glowing like a fucking glow stick every time he was happy as a little kid. And they're like, oh, Baron cannot see this child glowing like a firstborn star right now.
Oh my god.
They totally bound some of his powers as a kid, I'm convinced.
You cannot glow in the dark.
No, glow in the dark allowed.
Can you
Oh.
imagine like the Prithian version of Halloween and he dresses up as a ghost?
You're a glowworm for Christmas. For Halloween, you're a glowworm. You're a firefly today. We're gonna put little wings on you. You're gonna be a firefly.
We're gonna add you a fiery butt. Can you do a wiggle?
Oh no.
Oh
There
my
is no
god.
basis for this, but I am so convinced that Lady Autumn and Eris were putting binding potions in his food his entire childhood.
That had to have been rough. And like for him to be like so outgoing, like he's an extrovert. Elaine is an introvert. He's an
But
extrovert.
I think that's
And
also why Baron didn't sense that he was as powerful as Eris, because
he had a sunny personality. He was like Mr. Social Butterfly and so sunny with everybody at the court.
and the fact that Jasminda could have like literally had butterfly wings, I think she had butterfly wings. I don't know. That's just a thing.
That would be really cute.
I think she had monarch wings. It's just like in my head. I don't know. And I was talking to someone about Jasminda the other day, and they're like, "You think she has butterfly wings? I think she has butterfly wings." I was like, "Yeah." I went as
They
Jasminda for Halloween last year, and I had the monarch wings and all that jazz. It was amazing. But yeah, there's no way Lucian was not glowing as a kid. No way. Way. I need him. I need. Well, there was like a flash of light or whatever when he spell cleaved, but I need like the first time Elaine like hugs him or I don't know, compliments him or something. I just need him to like glow with happiness.
bzz,
I
bzz.
just need him to like just get encompassed by light. I
and
think
and
that would be
he's
so
like,
cute.
oh my gosh, it's sunlight. I'm just gonna like hug you.
Yes, because he's so warm and she's always sitting under the sunniest window.
She's like actively seeking sunlight. Except when she's friends with the shadow wraiths. That doesn't make sense. She seeks sunlight, but then she goes to the shadow wraiths and to Azrael, but then is that Koshi? Because otherwise she would be going towards the light.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's why it's weird.
It's just opposite.
So weird.
And like when she wears night court colors, she looks washed out. When Nesta wears night colors, it
Oh yeah.
suits her.
Mhm.
That's why I'm like, Nesta
Yes.
and Reed.
Mhm.
Nesta. It would be a very short, brief,
Book.
passionate, deep, sexual encounter. And then she would find Cormac and be like, you're an asshole. I don't want you as my mate. I'm choosing you as my mate. I'm making you my mate.
Hmm. I'm so delusionally convinced. I'm so delusionally convinced that Nesta and Cormac are endgame. Like, so much.
Oh, yeah.
I need her
And I
to do
think
that so badly.
I'm delusional in the fact that it is headcanon now that I believe that Nesta and Reese are actual true mates, at least in the Vogue way.
Yeah.
And that
Because she did say, like, she was really iffy about the two mates thing. So, like, maybe it's like the Valg parts of them are mates, and then, like, I don't know. I don't know. I do think that well, hope that either Cassian's gonna die and she won't have to deal with the whole rejection trope thing, or she will reject Cassian eventually, or she'll like figure out that the bond is fake or whatever, right? Because as I said to Olivia the other night, I was like, if she was gonna do a rejected mate bond trope, she's not gonna say it in an interview and like, because everyone's obviously gonna think, oh, it's illusion because they're not talking to each other and they can't stand to be in the same room as each other. Like, she's not going to basically out the plot of her next book in an interview.
No.
It's not
Like
going to
she
be the obvious. It's going to be a curveball.
like she can barely drop hints in interviews.
I'm like, if she's
She
outwardly saying that, it's going to be somebody you don't think it's going to be. It's not going to be illusion because that is what everyone is going to immediately think.
Yeah, and they're gonna be like, oh, as in Elaine. And it's like, no,
No,
absolutely not.
it literally doesn't even make sense, guys.
No, it doesn't. Nesta and Reese make more sense than Azriel and Elaine.
They literally do, though. What do you need, Elaine? Sunshine. Oh, yeah, let's put her with the Shadow Singer. That makes sense. That makes so
Right? Right? It doesn't make sense for them to do that.
I posted a thing. I posted a thing, and I actually got a lot of good likes, and I thought that I was going to get roasted alive by L Reels because usually I do. But I posted these two quotes and I go, I was like, tell me right now that you still think El Real is gonna happen after these two quotes. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Okay. So this is Elaine and Ecca War. And this is the first time that Lucian goes up to kind of formally meet her. But it's Farah's POV, and it says the suite was filled with sunlight, every curtain shoved back as far as it could go to let in as much sun as possible, as if any bit of darkness was aberrant, as if to chase it away. And seated in a small chair before the sunniest of the windows, her back to us, was Elaine. As if any bit of darkness was aberrant. And then we have Azriel and Akasif. I thought I'd do some training myself before heading out for the day, as said. His shadows lingered in the archway as if fearful of the bright sunlight in the ring. Do you need any more than these two quotes? I don't.
Exactly. I
don't.
don't. They don't end up together. Sure, he might lust after her, and that's weird. But okay.
Azrael is so lonely and desperate.
He
It feels so
he
bad.
needs a hug. He needs a hug. He needs
Elaine
like
wants
an
sunlight so
emotional
badly. I
support
just want to
there.
scream at her, look at your mate. He is the sun.
Right? He is the sun. He's like sunshine incarnate. He's the fire fox.
The minute that he starts glowing, that's gonna be the best moment ever. I can just picture it.
She's gonna fall asleep and just be like, that was the most restorative sleep I ever had.
She's just gonna be like cuddled up to his chest, all warm. Like, not only does he have the power of sunlight, but he also has fire. He's a living furnace.
He's a living furnace, and
Farah
he's
says
also like,
this. Farah says this in Ecca War when they're running from the spring court and they're in the caves. She's like, body heat. She's like, I had to curl up to Lucian. I was like, oh, you had to? You had to.
uh-huh. That's why I'm thinking, like, I know there's a crack ship out there of Feyre and Lucian, and I thought from the very beginning, I was like, how could you not think
Are
Lucian was
you wearing a Jurian ring right now? That freaked me the fuck out.
Oh, this go back to sleep. Go back to sleep.
I was like, you're not wearing Jurian's eyeball right now.
It's my wedding ring. It does look like
Okay,
Jurian's
Amarantha,
eyeball.
we get it.
He did have brown eyes too. I'm so sorry, Jurian.
Oh, no. Don't tell me you also have a bone necklace.
Not yet. But I do collect bones.
That freaked me the fuck out for a minute.
Was he staring at you?
Oh my god, it's so weird.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. That was hilarious.
Oh yeah.
Anyways, I would be cuddling up to that man too.
I mean, how could she be like, I'm confused. Do I love Tamlin or Reese when Lucian was right there and he's like gorgeous?
His cruel beauty. And then literally the way that she describes him on, I think it's Starfall. Maybe it was Starfall. Where she's like, and his powerful thighs and his cream colored pants. I'm like, okay, Farah.
She was
Calm down.
totally checking him out. Like she was checking out his
And
booty.
even more was like, or Amryn. Even Amryn was like, the handsome one. Like, even Amryn's. And meanwhile, Lucian is like, Amryn is a nightmare bedtime story we tell children to scare them into submission. He's like, my father tormented me with fucking stories about Amryn as a child.
And Amryn finds me attractive. Oh my god, I'd rather die.
Every time he's in the room with her, he's like, terrified.
He's like, I don't want to do this.
And she's like, oh yeah, the handsome autumn prince. The handsome one.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be honest, Amryn, they're all hot. Come on. But Lucian
I
has
mean,
that cruel beauty with the scar.
well, also because like he has that smirk, which is also kind of cruel, like that cruel smirk. So it's like a blah,
Yeah.
cruel beauty. And so it's like
But
see,
also like Amryn and Lucian do have like this weird kind of scene where she sees his eye up close. They're standing pretty close. She sees his eye up close and she like notices the word marks on it carved into it. And he's like, yeah, I guess he was like, I don't know if he was like talking about how Nuon made it or something, or somebody brought up his eye or something. And she's like, yeah, it's the craftsmanship is beautiful or something. And it's like weird how your body is fashioned after what Nuon looks like. And you're saying her craftsmanship is beautiful, but there's word marks on the eye, and we're supposed to assume you're not in a stare. You're not a Valk. And you know that if Amryn is saying something's beautiful, something's beautiful. She's got a good eye.
oh yeah, she does.
But also, I will always keep bringing up Nuon because, girl, what do you know? She is the Nehemia of Prithian.
Oh, don't say that because she'll die.
I don't want her to die. I didn't mean it as in death. I didn't mean it as in death. I meant she knows all the secrets about word marks, and we only got that information secondhand from when Farah says the strange symbols carved into his golden orb, or whatever she fucking says when they're escaping spring, and they're literally sitting knee to knee like this in the camp. And she's like,
Not like she can read them.
I noticed the strange symbols carved into his golden eye. And I'm like, I've seen strange symbols before, like the ones on Cormac's bicep. It's never addressed. And so now we have some on Lucian's eyeball that is never addressed. Can we start addressing these randos with word marks on their body? Please.
And the Bat Boys tattoos. The Bat Boys tattoos were also weird marks.
They could be. Well, could they be? They're swirls and whirls. I don't know if word marks are swirls and whirls. I think they're like they look more like hieroglyphics, kind of ish.
Yeah.
Kind of ish. That fucking ring is staring right at me.
Durian's looking at you. This is gonna be the Jurian ring.
Oh no.
I'm trying to keep, but it's just like what you do.
It's always watching. Anyway, what did Nuon learn to be able to draw word marks? And the way that Lucian says that he has to go get his eye serviced every few months.
Like, what does she do?
Well, in Akathas, he said that he like he'd been busy, so he hadn't been able to go or whatever, and like it got stuck. So he had to go visit her to get it serviced because like it got stuck.
So is it like going to AutoZone and getting your eyebrow? Wow, I'm tired. Is it like getting your eyeball like wiper fluid? Like
pretty much. I feel like it's like I feel like it's like contacts. How you have to drop it in the solution and it like cleans all the gears and shit. That's what I figured.
Maybe it's like an oil change.
Oil it up so it can whir and move and sense all those weird wards with those word marks.
That's true.
You know.
Someone else besides Lucian and Nuon have mechanical hands. I can't think of who. Well, yeah, like besides Lucian and Nuon.
I don't remember anyone.
Unless she's brand new.
I don't know. I don't remember anyone else.
Like, imagine if she were to heal as in
Cassian. Which is another thing. Nuon couldn't grow back a hand.
True. I would love to see what she could do with spider silk.
Rune could have had a cool mechanical hand.
I'm still imagining him as Deadpool with like little baby hands.
I love how it's been like 4 hours and we've yet to talk about the Moore theory.
Oh my god.
Actually, it's 5:30 in the morning. I have an eye doctor's appointment at like 1 o'clock today.
Oh, might need to get to bed.
Speaking of eyeballs.
Speaking of eyeballs.
I have an eye doctor's appointment today. Great. Now all I'm going to be thinking about
is
putting my eyeball in solution.
You gotta get it serviced.
I'm getting my eyes serviced today. I'm putting that as my status on Instagram.
Do
I'm
it.
making like Lucian and getting my eyes serviced today.
I'll post a picture of my jury and Irie.
Oh my god, it's so creepy.
It's in the Clada too,
What?
which would make sense.
Why did it have to be brown? All right, this is gonna be the longest episode we've ever had on the pod.
It's gonna be epic though.
They're gonna be like, guys, special surprise, 6-hour episode. They're gonna be like, what the fuck? Guess what? It's a recap of all of my best theories. Oh well.